all her bills. Her taxes was upwards of $14,000-$15,000 a year.
Woo! I'm not a tax guy, man. A tax guy, these people's homes, taxes are reaching over $10K a year on a lot of these homes.
That's why I Googled it. I said, how much would that lady's house be worth in the Catalina
Hey, Jay. Hello, beautiful Florida Mama Bear.
What is the voucher?
Yeah.
It's at between $13,000 and $15,000.
It's a lot.
That old lady is paying it. She must have saved every dime of her money.
Yeah. I appreciate your insight and your perspective of the situation. Hey, I could talk to you more. You want to keep talking? Go for it. Go for it.
Listen, this is my thing. I did go to school for criminal justice, but I didn't complete my degree. But this is the talk in our family all the time when we get together. It doesn't matter. We're always talking about the crimes and how it can be solved and where they went wrong. And I just feel like the FBI is not going to work as hard on this as they would if nanos would allow them to do their thing. I think that there's too many cases the FBI have to worry about to just sit here and argue with this man. That's why they packed up and went back to Phoenix.
How are you, hon?
That's exactly why. They're gonna have a couple signed, but it ain't gonna be no army of 400 people working on it back at Phoenix on their computers. No way.
What in your mind you feel like Annie and Tommaso are involved or something to hide and stuff? What could they do to clear their name? You think that's the best thing they could do to squash this? Everyone blaming them type of deal. And a lot of people blame, not everyone, but people blaming them or people prying into them. What could they do?
Find another person that they have evidence that did it. That's it. Because I think America, and this has nothing to do with Ashley Banfield for me. It has to do with you were the last one seen with this woman,
beautiful Florida Mama.
That's it. Simple.
So you think as long as the perp's out there and not arrested, there will always be cloud of suspicion with these people?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And they will always be looked upon with a side eye by America. Yes. Yes. And the way the lady, man, listen, first and foremost, we must remember Savannah is a paid actor. Okay, that's number one. Number two, look at how the sister and brother was sitting up there. It didn't look genuine at all.
It was interesting, I'll say.
I mean, it didn't look like your traditional situation where families are doing pleas. And they didn't even say to their mom, listen, do what they say. Don't argue with them. Don't fight with them. We want you to come home. Every missing missing person case, the family gets up there and does say something to the person that's captured, as well as the bad guy that took them. But she didn't say anything.
Probably doing that.
She said to her mom. That's weird.
You see the images of Annie and Tommaso hiding their faces?
For what?
Privacy.
I would have rolled, if it was my people, I would have rolled the window down and be like, thank you for all y'all being here. Thank you. Keep putting a spotlight on my mama. I want everybody to try to help find my mom. I would have never covered my face. Are you kidding me? I'm running to the microphone. I'm getting out there searching with them.
It's wild.
They're not waiting 30 days to give up $1 million. I don't give a beat with the FBI. Said that's my mama, okay? And guess what? I would have put the million, my own reward up. I wouldn't have waited no 30 days. Sorry.
You should. Some people are saying you should get a podcast.
I know a lot of people say that I should, but I just don't know how to do it quite yet. But one day.
How's life living with both a prosecutor and a cop? Like, what's the dinner table like there?
It's very debate. It's a lot of debate going on, back and forth and back and forth. Yep, it sure is. And I'm gonna tell you, as a kid, what I learned how to do was answer questions correctly and pay attention and listen attentively. Yep. To every little thing that someone says, their body language, because my dad be like, you're lying. And he knew when I was lying. He knew. They can tell.
I want to bring you back in a couple days. So, shoot me an email in a couple days. And, if more, I want to get your take. I enjoy talking to you.
You too, Jello. Be safe out there.
All right. Take care. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye. Michelle Corley, I'll read your emails shortly. Thank you. And let you know what I think. Chris Roach wants to talk. Chris Roach Investigates. Let's get Chris Roach Investigates up in the chat. All right, Chris Roach, I'm going to give you a call. Chris Roach Investigates. We've spoken to him before. He's up on X. Come on in, Chris. Shooting me a message saying he wants to talk.
JLR, good morning.
Good morning, good sir. How are you? Chris Roach Investigates.
I'm well, thank you. But no, you're reaching out to a caller that previously called you. This is not Chris.
Oh, it's not Chris?
No, sir.
Oh, sorry, wrong number.
No worries, thank you.
I'm sorry, wrong one. I don't know how I got there. Where did I get there? Oh, okay, yeah, but it was the same area code. Oh,
And see that you don't think so?
strange.
I'm sure the FBI
All right,
did,
hold on.
but
That
apparently
was
everything
different.
was left
Okay,
at
yeah,
home.
the number was so similar. Both have the same area code and prefix. That's wild. Hopefully I reach Chris here.
Hey.
Hello, I called somebody with the exact same phone number, literally the area code and prefix was almost the same.
Wow.
I called somebody before. You got an Ohio number, don't you?
I do. So I was listening to some of the other callers. I just wanted to kind of share just some facts. I know a lot of speculations going on with people. So let's back up. The first caller that had mentioned Annie's home being worth, $2 million. That's not correct.
It's not correct, right?
They did purchase the property in February of 2005 for $647,430. Per the assessor site and the Zillow site, her value is around $650. So that's way off from that $2 million that you're talking about. So that's fact number one.
Mm-hmm.
Fact number two is Nancy Guthrie property is in a revocable trust. So in order per Arizona law, and I went through this with my grandfather, so we all still, I think everyone in the crime community, including myself, I think we all still have Annie and Tommaso on the radar. But here's the thing is, if they were looking to get some type of money out of this, Arizona has what they call this 5-year period where you basically start off with, you have to first off, well, let me back up a little bit. So in this revocable trust, I'm pretty sure the beneficiaries that would go in case Nancy were to have been passed away would trickle down to the kids, just like it would with my parents. So Savannah, Annie, Cameron, they would probably be listed as beneficiaries in this trust.
Mm-hmm.
And also, if she had a will, that would be where all the funds, all the assets that would go to. So this whole person, I actually looked this up. I think I have some inside information. It's not public information, but there's no survivorship that Tommaso has over Nancy. I think that's far-fetched. It's just not even common sense, because for me, it would be the kids. They would be in the will, and they would also be in the trust, the revocable trust. So in the trust, so how it works is first you would have to file for probate court, and then you would have to have a hearing by the court, and then that would go into the estate if we're assuming she's actually dead. So then someone would actually have to claim her dead by a judge, and then it would fall into the beneficiaries that would probably, they would go ahead and make someone the assessor or the person that's basically in charge of the estate. Kind of like the same thing happened to my grandpa. My mom was in charge. My mom's got 4 sisters and a brother. So my mom was considered power of attorney or the person of the estate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, if we're looking at the angle that Tommaso's going to get all this cash, that's just bullshit. It's not going to work like that. I mean,
what you're saying is it's a lengthy process.
It's a very lengthy process. This is not something that would just be like, oh, Tommaso's in this, he's got debt up to his brains and he's in this drug ring and he's going to owe somebody. He's not going to get any money quickly. So
unless it was a ransom and the goal was to obtain money quicker through the ransom aspect.
right. I mean, that's always been my take. This was a way to get money quickly, and it backfired. And the backfired, what I mean is Nancy died on day one, and they were not expecting that. So I still go back to what's the motive here? And we really don't have a clear motive. Who wants to kill an 84-year-old lady, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, everything that comes back to me, I mean, the feds are having a very difficult time tracking anyone by geofencing that was in that area by phone. That's how they caught Koberger. The dumbass turned his phone off. He had that time period where, he had his phone all. They're researching this to a T to see how many people actually their behavior has changed, where kind of like me and you, we probably never turn our phone off, right? And then magically, during this little time period that we're investigating, you had your phone off for 6 hours. And that's what got Koberger caught, not only, the DNA on the knife sheet, but I think what we're working with here, and this is kind of telling a story based upon the media scattering out, FBI kind of, going back to operations. I think what we're dealing here with is we're dealing with someone from Mexico. This is international. They use walkie-talkies. Walkie-talkies don't have an ability to track by Wi-Fi, no signal, no geofence signal to be able to track these people.
But let me ask you something there and cut you off for a second. Walkie-talkies, and I'm very open-minded to that. When they do the geofencing or the FBI cast, how far out are they looking for numbers? Are they going a mile out? Are they going 2 miles out? Because don't you think the perps would at least have to have a phone to arrive somewhere close to the scene, then turn their phones off? Or do you think they actually, from the location they started at, just literally had no phones whatsoever and just used walkie-talkies?
I mean, that's what it seems to me, is they left those phones far, far away. Perhaps in Mexico. And then, like I said, those walkie-talkies, I've used these before. You could travel up the interstate and be 5-10 miles ahead of each other on walkie-talkies and communicate, and that's untraceable.
Yep.
You cannot trace any. So I think the only way that they are going to catch these people is they are car chasing right now. They're going through video footage, frame by frame, and trying to figure out what kind of vehicle they are looking for. That's the only explanation I can have at this point. 30 days in, and they don't got anybody. This was very methodical. I was over on Mel's channel. I did an interview with Mel the other day.
Mm-hmm.
And we talked about a lot of different things. And 30 days in, they would have some type of idea of who they're looking for. But for me, it just seems like this was very, very well planned, very methodical. This wasn't just someone decided to, I'm going to go over to JL's house, I'm going to rob him tonight. This was very methodical, well planned out, very organized crime.
Did you hear about the last caller about the gloves? Like, these certain gloves. What
I think these people are savages, man. They don't care about human life. They don't have any empathy. They don't have any emotions. These are what you would consider like gang members. There's a possibility, walkie-talkies were used, gang signs were used, where they communicate by hand gestures.
What kind of gang, though? Cartel, Tren de Aragua, MS-13.
In Arizona, there's a lot of Sinaloa cartel members there, which is I mean, this has the earmarks of. It's hard to say when you say cartel, you think of Mexican cartel. Just they're going to come in, blow your head off, and just leave you laying there. I mean, I don't think this is cartel, but it's organized crime where it could be gang related, organized crime where we're talking like the scum of the earth, type people that committed this crime. But I do think there's a main player in Tucson. There's a main player that had all the inside information that gave these people from Mexico the information. Now, is that Tomasco? Maybe. I mean, you see where I'm kind of going with this? I mean, there has to be someone that gave the intel, and that's someone local. But he's not the main player that actually took her.
I will say some people suggested, and we'll go back to, some of the bandmates that are affiliated with Tommaso. One is a public defender. One, as being a federal public defender, they deal with these type of people as defending. You know what I mean? They defend, gang members. When you get federally indicted and you've been federally in trouble before, it's those type of groups and individuals, and maybe it was recruited that route. I'm not saying that, it's just speculation. As a fact, I'm not saying that as fact, but speculation. Some angle like that, some bad actors in that mix of because how is Tommaso, if people want to think Tommaso's involved, how is he just going to recruit cartel gang members? Like, there has to be some sort of connection for a motive to do this. Like, get somebody else to do it. I want this job done. I want this woman out of the house. I want her gone. Okay, but how are you even going to solicit that type of help?
Right. But see, that's where I kind of have a dead end. Is I don't see him being able to do that. So it makes me, that's why you have FBI and you have all these investigators just scratching their head just like me. I'm just like, okay, well, you kind of go so far and then you're just like, okay, well, this doesn't make sense.
It makes no sense, because then it just takes, okay, keep Tommaso out of the mix. He's done. He's not involved whatsoever. But who would want to do an operation like this and take out 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie? What organization and why would they do this to her? It has to be something with Savannah at that point. Or do we just take it back to, hey, we're just a burglary ring and we just happen to just stumble in this house? I mean, to me, it was like you said, like a burglary, just a simple burglary, targeted burglary. They're not going to go with these type of gloves and, like you said, channels of communication and get rid of their phones. There has to be something to it where it's more than just a burglary and they just want Nancy for some reason. But who?
I'm doing good, Jeanette. Thank you.
I was at Target yesterday and I saw these magazines, and sure enough, there's Savannah Guthrie and Nancy Guthrie on People magazine and one of the other magazines I'm checking out at Target. And I'm like, it's just, this whole case is so bizarre. Lydia. It's so weird, and it's so hard to. That's why I think there's some type of very organized crime, or hell, this could be cartel related, but it seems to not really point that direction. It still feels like there's someone local that provided a lot of inside intel.
For this job to occur, for a job to occur, then takes it up and, some organization gets involved, organization sends the low level people to go do it.
Yeah. It's just, we don't know that $1 million question is why her.
I personally think, I don't think Tommaso's the one in that, in that video. I don't think that whatsoever. I think Tommaso's much taller. He's definitely
not porch guy. So the porch guy for me, this is just me talking. The porch guy to me looks like he's some type of Arabic. And why I say Arabic is because of the dark eyebrows. He reminds me of the what's his name? Louis, who's the Louis guy that killed in New York, that killed that CEO of the insurance company? What was his name?
Luigi Mangione.
He reminds me of kind of like he would be that look. What is his ethnicity, Luigi?
Italian.
So this is not a white guy. This is definitely not Tommaso at the front door. It does, and also what I keep sleeping at night is that person in that video has got a specific walk. it's not a normal walk. He looks like he's got like a hip problem, because you can tell when he there's two things I've noticed, and I've watched that video hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. They keep repeating it, and every time I look at it, I see something new. And there's one thing the other day that I found out is he actually takes a glance back. If you look multiple times, he takes a glance back at the street, and I didn't pick that up in the first couple of weeks. And then now you also just continuously watch him walk. When he steps off that brick at the end, he's got like it's almost like one leg is shorter than the other.
Listen, I'll give you my opinion, right, basically on that perp there. And I'm very open-minded to that. When the perp looks like he's kind of with his head down, walking towards the house there, and the attire, I'm telling you, for me, I'm open-minded. It reminds me of these people that crossed in through the southern border in Cochise County, that you would see a line of them. You would see these lines of people when Border Patrol, and they would have the aerial shots and the infrared, and you would see these groups of people sneaking over the border. They have all their knee pads, they have all their like camouflage backpacks, and they're all like walking with their head down in a line after they crossed over and trying to sneak in. They're called the gotaways. That's who that person reminds me of, honestly. Like some gotaway group of their. I've seen them, especially in southern Arizona towards Cochise County, Naco, in that area. That they'll come across. They sneak in at night. They have backpacks. They have knee pads. They're wearing camouflage or that type of light type clothing, and they're walking in a pack, and they're just blending in through the night. And that's that's who this person reminds me of. I do think the person's international. I can't say it's Arabic, maybe somebody from south of the border here in Central America somewhere, but that's just what it's like a sleeper cell, man. I've personally seen these type of individuals, but I'm not. It's just my opinion.
Yeah, it's also like how many people use a bite light?
Well, people across the border use those type of things to come and go. You need light.
Like
you need light to go through.
That means for me, that person or persons. I think there's at least 3 people involved in this, not just one person. There's no way you can convince me on one person. This was 3 people, and that bite light reminds me of like you need to be hands free at all times. That means this person has done things before, because who the hell would think of that, to have that? I mean, I wouldn't personally even thought about that. I was like, man, this really makes sense now. I mean, this person or these people have done this stuff before. This was not their first time rodeo, in my opinion.
You could say a migrant burglary ring, but you watch the videos and clips of other athletes that got targeted. There's a big thing around the country. It's South American migrant burglary rings that go into communities and disable security systems and break into rich people's homes. And they do the research on people. They do the research on their targets. They do wealthy people. They do Asians, Hollywood celebrities, athletes, but they do the whole research. Like they find out where they live. They find out their schedule. They find out they're not there. They know how to disable. But even some of the footages that have been leaked of these migrant burglary rings, they're not all decked out like this perp was.
Yeah, these people came prepared for sure.
They came prepared. They came for more than, to me, a mission of just simple burglary.
It isn't just for you. So when we see the other photo, I think those are 2 separate people, because the one guy looks like he's a little bit overweight.
It does. They look like 2 separate people to me.
Yeah.
One looks like
and I believe, honestly, I think that second photo they threw up, I think that's from February 11th. I think this is the person, that second person that they show in that photo.
Yes, without the backpack.
Is the Tucson local person that was doing surveillance for the people that came and got her. That's just my opinion.
Could be. And I do think February 11th or the 16th, somewhere in that range, is a target date that prior image was taken.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the pieces are saying February 11th around there. And I've also heard the 16th, but somewhere around that time prior, a couple weeks prior, that perp or that people involved with this, somebody was around that home.
Yeah, and so for the listeners too, Annie and Tommaso did get their car back. That was returned this week, so
that was returned.
It was. They did pick it up. It is returned. So just try to keep facts on the table.
How do you know that? Where are you getting that from?
Sheriff Nanos actually came out in a written statement and said that was returned to the family.
Can you send that to me? I'd like to see that.
Yeah, I can come up with that and send that to you. So I just kind of wanted to hop on just real quick and, just throw some facts out and, just listen to some of your callers. But everyone that's calling in, we like your ideas. If you have any tips you'd like to send along me, send it through my ex, Chris Roach 513, if you want to send some tips along to my inbox. Or tag me, and I'll be more than glad to kind of look into what your theories are. We're just like, we're willing to listen to a lot of people's different theories, because sometimes we all don't, when you're in a group of people, this is when you start, like even in my job, I like to bounce things off of my other coworkers, because maybe I don't think the same things that maybe you do. And you may say, hey, Chris, what about this? And hey, what about that? So yeah, anything that you guys think is relevant, hit us up and send us some information. We'll look into that and take a deeper dive than probably most people can. And hopefully we get some answers.
I don't think the perps had phones on them.
Yeah, I don't either. Because I think right now
they would have been tracked, man.
Absolutely. There would have been cell phone pings right there in that area, and that's how Cooper got caught. So,
well, that's how Carlos. It appears Carlos got nailed for having his phone pinging in the area. Maybe even Luke.
I mean, they were on him. Just bam, he was seen in that area. They tracked the car down. Bam, So, yeah, I mean that's where I'm heading.
Or they had a phone. They put it on airplane mode.
I think they still would have caught them in there. They didn't have phones. It just marked that down. No phones were used.
So that means to me, if you don't use your phone like that, it's more than just burglary.
Yeah. Like I said, this is very methodical, well planned out, months in advance, and routes. And no phones used because they knew.
So let me ask you something. A lot of the callers have said, they think it's all the way up in the highest levels. Epstein, Clinton's. Are you buying any of that?
I really don't think it's that. I think that's too much movie fetch, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, we'll stay in touch and have you on again if you find anything.
Sounds good, man.
Be safe, Chris Roach Investigates.
Great work, and talk to you soon.
All right. Take care. Thank you for calling.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Or thank you for me calling you. I can't ever say me calling. I'm the one that's calling. But yeah, Chris Roach Investigates. Check him out on X. He's posting a lot about this case. All right. So we are live at the Pima County Sheriff's Office. New caller. Anyone want to speak? Anyone? I want to talk. All right, Sandra wants a take. All right, Sandra, we'll bring you in. We're just going to keep hearing from the people. Sandra, you're coming up next. So stand by. Looks like Colorado. 202 number coming, Sandra.
Hello?
Hi, Sandra.
Hi, can you call?
I called. Hello, how are you? From Colorado.
Oh, I'm hanging in there. My husband passed away 2 years ago, and I'm having a real hard time. So I've been watching
I'm sorry.
since day one. I know it. I used to horseback ride, water ski, and now I do nothing.
Oh.
So anyway.
Sorry to hear that. Hang in there.
I know. I am. So this is really interesting, and I haven't heard anybody else talk about this. But I'm pretty sure it was on day 2 or day 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wrote in Nancy Guthrie, and Rachel Maddow popped up.
Who did?
And Rachel Maddow on, I think, MS Now.
Yes.
She's on a couple of different ones, so I don't quite remember, but that's not there anymore. And I'll tell you what happened. I was going to send $3 because it was suggested when I was sending you a thing. And I was going to pay $3. And
there's no need for that.
Well, I know, but I wanted you to know that I was serious about it.
Okay, so you wanted to get my attention.
Big deal, $3.
Yeah.
But Google sent it immediately back to me. And I thought, God, that's weird. And then I went back in to check because I was going to tell you the exact what it was that Rachel, so you could look it up. And it's not there anymore. But anyway, so let me tell you what she said because I don't want to go on and on.
What did she say? What did she say?
She said that Nancy was involved in an investigation as an auditor for this big deal that's going on now with Medicare. And the reason, and this was everything that Rachel said, that she enjoyed helping older people and was, of course, seniors. I mean, we're interested in Medicare because, we have to be. It's all we got, or at least that's all I got. And prescription drugs. So, and everybody talking about Tomas and all, I kind of have a feeling that he knew Nancy was doing this investigation for, I believe it's called Meditech or Major Tech, but versus Medicare. And I think that it started in Ohio because that's why the FBI wasn't out there right day 1 or 2 because they were in Ohio and then they were going to come over to Nancy's. Not to Nancy's. I'm sorry. They were going to come from Ohio to Nancy's and then check it out there because Rachel said that when they broke in the house, they opened up a locked desk and took all of these records Nancy was keeping. That all the records that Nancy was keeping in this drawer, and that was their motive to come in there. And
records.
Yeah.
And that's what Rachel Maddow said?
Yes.
And it's gone now? It's gone?
I can't find it, but like I say, it would be dated second or third because I was watching it from day 1 and it was like, you know what? I was going to go back and look and see the date Google refunded my money on my credit card. But anyway, this case just came up to Colorado because Colorado has a big deal and it's all about drugs and Medicare, and it involves billions of dollars, and that's what I'm sorry. That's what Rachel said.
A lot of people are saying it was a fake AI video. It was fake. It was. That's what people are saying. Fake video. That's the majority of the room. And when the viewers know what you're talking about, what they're saying is it was fake.
Really? So
fake AI. I mean, so they're not saying you're lying. They're saying that it was a fake AI video.
Right. So it kind of made sense that with all the drugs and that involved, that maybe Tomato had maybe Luke, go over there and do that, and got rid of her before she had to go to court to
Interesting.
say what she found.
Yeah, I don't know anything about a court hearing, but
Yeah,
I
'cause it
just
was
marked
this
that down,
last
and I'll
week.
take a look and find out if I can find any more on that.
The court was just last Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. You know, I'm not real
Court.
keen on keeping up on my dates, but it's all real recent.
I'll take a look.
So, yeah, I know, because, you know, I mean, it kind of gives a motive why they might have done what they did to get rid of her. And I didn't want to say that at first because, you know, I'm hoping that she was found alive. And I mean, I love Savannah, and of course I would love her mom too. But
Right.
anyway, I just thought it was a different way of thinking, and
Yeah,
I hadn't heard anybody mention it. So
I
but
appreciate
anyhow,
I appreciate your time, Sandra. Thank you very
I
much.
know. Oh, you're welcome, and keep on keeping on. We're out here watching you.
All right, you take care. Thank you for calling.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So many people were saying that was a fake video, but you know, they knew what she was talking about. They're just like, that was fake. I didn't see any Rachel Maddow video talking about that at all. I was looking around. Oh, Spirit Box wants to talk. A Spirit Box. I used a Spirit Box for over 5 years, Tina says. All right. I'm going to get Tina in the chat. Tina used a Spirit Box. Let's listen in. Tina says she used the Spirit Box. Tina, you're up. 202 number coming in.
Hello.
Hi, Tina. How are you? Good morning.
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. You did Spirit Box stuff?
Yes, I have. A friend of mine was murdered 5 years ago, and I've used an app, and I have actually contacted her, my parents, my in-laws. So I decided to reach out and see if I can contact Nancy. Now, I am no medium, and I am no professional at this.
Mm-hmm.
And I did get Nancy to come through, and Luke's name was brought up. And the other thing, and it has never come through the Spirit Box before, Tommaso's name came through.
Uh-huh. Oh, interesting. Talk. What's going on? What happened? What's said?
I asked who did this to her, and she said Luke.
Luke.
I said, did Luke have any help? She said, Tommaso. And I asked her, just for verification, I asked her, can you name one of your children? And she said, Savannah. And I said, okay. I said, are you near your house? This was last night when you were there. You and John.
Yeah.
And she says, 2 people. And I said, okay. I asked where they laid her to rest. And she said, near water.
Near water.
And I was telling her, I said, well, there's not that much water and where you're located.
Uh-huh.
Your home is. And she said, wash.
A wash.
And I said, what wash? There's several washes. And she said, Luke again. And I said, well, I know somebody out there who looked at that wash. She said, didn't go far enough. I said, do they need a bigger search team to go through that wash completely? And she said, yes. So that's my theory on it. I know people.
But how does that work though? What how do you do this?
It's the app that I use is Necrophonics. You can get it on Google or Apple Play.
Uh-huh.
It's $10. And you turn it on, and you have to let them know you're there out of respect. You don't mean any harm. Anybody can do it. Over the 5 years I've detected my friend who was murdered, I've detected her voice.
Mm-hmm.
And she's verified every time I ask her something. She has verified everything for me. We have matching tattoos, our nicknames for each other. So I know I've contacted her. And I asked Nancy if she saw the car that she was put in. She said yes. I said, what color was the car? Because I know there's speculation, blue, white, gray, black. And she said gray. So, but she did say Tommaso and Luke several times during, and I just actually did it this morning as well.
Tommaso and Luke.
Yeah. Tommaso organized it, and Luke was basically
But
the hired hand.
how accurate is this?
Well, when I talk to my friend, it's pretty accurate. You look for validation questions first.
Yeah.
And then, like, knock on wood, say you had passed away, and I was trying to contact you, I would ask you, what was your cat's name? You know, knowing what you do, what was your favorite case you worked on?
Mm-hmm.
You know, things that you're going to get a validation on, like your children, and things like that. You know, apparently her spirit is in the house.
How do you know this?
She said she sees everything going on, and the truth is going to come out very soon.
We'll see.
And she said that she loved the memorial.
Yeah.
And she said pretty flowers. She said love yellow. So,
yeah.
I mean, anybody can download the app. I mean, you can look it up on Google Play. No, it's Necrophonics.
Necrophonics.
And you just have to listen very carefully because so many spirits come through. It's kind of like an AM radio,
mm-hmm.
where you hear all the static in the voices. It comes through like that.
Well, I appreciate your time, Tina.
Oh, not a problem. If you need any other help with anything with the spirit box, please contact me. I'll be more than happy to go on and see if I can come up with anything.
Thank you. You take care.
All right. Be safe.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. What do you think, folks? A victim advocate. A victim advocate. We're gonna get a victim advocate in the chat. Deborah, a victim advocate. Got an email from a victim advocate. We'll see from a victim advocate. Deborah, you're going to get a call from 202.
Debbie?
Hello, JLR.
Yes. Hi, JLR. How are you?
Hello, you're a victim advocate?
Yes, 30 years.
30 years. Thank you for reaching out. So what's
Thank you.
what's going on? You sent me something about Texas. Something's going on in Texas. What's going on here?
Well, actually, a few years back, my father-in-law was kidnapped. He was staying in a nursing home, and he had some dementia. But none of us had paperwork over him or anything like that. And the guy who worked in the kitchen befriended him, and his family came up there and started acting like family, and they're all the time. And the next thing I know, they talked him into checking himself out, and he's saying he wants to go live with them because they're going to treat him better, and they're there for him, and we don't come up. And I mean, we're like coming like once or twice a week, and but these people were there every day. And there were foreign people from Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
And they were nice. I said, we could treat. I've had cancer, and I know how important it is. The woman would tell us. And I told my husband, I don't feel comfortable about this. You need to stop it because we can't, this is what he wants. There's nothing we can do. He has the right to make. I said, but he has to make it.
Yeah.
And they let the nursing home let him check out. He went to go live with them, and I went to the house. And I said, I don't feel comfortable. There's something wrong. Okay, there's too much control. And my husband said, don't be like that. So eventually I said, I want to go get him to come to the house to stay overnight. And so it was a big thing. And he came over, and I brought his nephew in town. And his nephew said, yeah, something's going on. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's all you have to say, because that's who I am. Okay. And I said, okay. So when I was taking him back, I said, we want to take him home, and we want to keep him longer.
Can you just hold for 1 second? Somebody has something, sure. And I'll be right back. If you want to continue to talk, or share, but I would like to listen. But just give me like a minute.
Okay, right. I have no problem. Got to do it again.
Hello. Somebody sent me an angel.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, an angel said, I want to shield you with an angel. Somebody sent me an angel.
I'm with the Garden of Angels, our Garden of Angels.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of them? The homicide park in Texas from all the famous victims. Have you ever heard of them?
No, I haven't.
Most of the famous cases, they have crosses or things or stuff like that from across the country there. It's actually where the Amber Alert and everything came from. A lot of laws have changed nationwide. So I went back.
See, look,
They wouldn't let me. They wouldn't let me get him, and I came back with the Dallas Police Department to take him out. And when I went in there to get him, they started hitting me and beating me with the police department. And they told me, "Oh, you're going to have to go to the court and get a custody, for the probate court because we can't do anything." And as I'm leaving, I have a prison ministry, the juvenile. I saw like 10 girls sitting there, and I recognized them from my human trafficking unit that I work with. Okay. So they had human trafficking girls in there. They were taking senior adults, and they were making a business out of this, okay? And they were stealing the IDs, and we found out we were number 12 family that responded, and that the laws had changed, and we were able to go through probate court with the DA's office and Adult Protective Services and Investigative and get him back. But that's because he ended up drowned 2 days later in the hospital, and we were able to kind of take custody was a little easier for us and prosecute them. So senior exploitation is the fastest growing crime, okay? And when your parents get like that, you have to put something in place. We didn't know, and I work with it. And we did not know how vulnerable it is, okay? And she could have had a healthcare worker, and this happened, and they say there's that hospice home right behind. What if one of those people had worked in that hospice home and they snuck her through there? That was one angle. And then, of course, the family, the thing about that. And then we had the Adult Protective Services. Debbie from the Adult Protective Services came in there. What is that about? Then there was never no silver alert. The silver alert should have went out right then because, a week later, 4 days later, somebody hears about this. And they don't remember everything they saw or what they did. But with the silver alert, Mark Class, who was somebody I've been associated with for years.
Mark Class, Polly Class's father?
Yes, he actually came up with the Amber Alert. Okay, I'm going to tell you, he really did. But he don't care who gets credit for it. But he said it's fine because it started with Amber. That's fine. But he came over and started initiating it by the states and stuff. And he suggested at a meeting that something similar to that, and then they took it in the DFW area, and it grew. And those are the families from our Garden of Angels that were all together that started out like this. And so Mark Class put that silver alert so that they would notify all these gas stations, these restaurants, and everything. As far as they would go, they would know how many hours they would go, and it would be out, and they would be on the lookout, and they would do it further and stuff like the board. None of that was ever done. And then there's no purple paint on the no trespassing signs, and no trespassing signs. And purple paint is there because it's a color nationwide. Universal. So that means no trespassing. There's not purple paint's not on the trespassing signs, and that was the main thing. It's just that when these families do these things, if there's somebody that's exploiting the senior, they sell their IDs and they use. We still get bills for my father, medical bills for people getting heart transplants and kidney transplants and stuff like that. Still get it, and he's been dead years.
So, victim advocate, what do you think happened to Nancy? What's going on?
I think it's personally, it's one of the two, the family or somebody that was doing the healthcare and took advantage, and it went wrong.
Healthcare or family?
Yes, I don't think. When you say cartel, I don't think cartel per se, but it could be someone who does this stuff and then not worry about it. The worst that's going to happen, they're going to get deported and go back and then come back in and do it again. We were number 12.
Be safe out there, Deborah. Thanks for calling.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I just want to share this. Somebody came out and brought this angel. So I got the angel now. So we'll be wearing the angel. So she's like, you need to wear the angel. We got somebody else here. Hello. How's it going? I'm live right now. What is your name again?
My name's Tina Ransom, ironically.
Hi, Tina.
Hey.
How are you?
Good.
What's going on?
You're like this crazy lady, right?
No. What brings you out here?
So, you know that grid search at the dump?
Grid search at the dump.
Yep. And how I was following the air traffic.
Yeah, I remember you. You pulled up at the other house. You were with somebody.
Yeah, my little one.
Okay.
So I have connected that aircraft and one other aircraft directly to Nancy Guthrie search.
You have how?
I know exactly where they're looking for Nancy Guthrie in the desert.
You know where they're looking for Nancy in the desert.
Yes.
Where?
So have you heard?
Can you mark it on my phone?
I can send you coordinates.
You can send me coordinates.
Yep.
Here, call that phone. You have coordinates.
I have coordinates.
You know, they're searching. You're saying they're searching for Nancy in the desert.
Yep.
Send it to me right now. Take a look.
Okay. So, have you heard the chatter about Badamonte tank outside of 3 Points?
Badamonte tank outside 3 Points. No.
Okay. Excuse me. So,
when are they searching for? First off, where?
The helicopter was out this morning.
It was out.
And they've been searching this area for the last 8 days. I have.
How do you know it's connected? What helicopter? Is it on flight radar?
So I've been using sat nav, I think is what it is. Flight radar doesn't show all of the County Sheriff's activities.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been using, let's see, it's ADSB Exchange.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to scanner. That's what I use. Not all the sheriff's planes. You know when you're hearing helicopters above Nancy's and you're like, it's not showing up on radar?
Yeah.
For whatever reason, it's not showing up on flight. That one you have, it's showing up on this one. Okay, so I started watching the patterns of out in the desert of the same aircraft that was doing the grid search at the dump. Mm-hmm. And I know that they said officially that was not related. Crime happens every day, all day long here in Tucson. I get it. Like lots of stuff goes on. That same, so there's 2 that have been out there searching the same exact areas, okay? One of those helicopters, I looked up the history and went through on the 15th of this month. That helicopter, it was around the time that the pacemaker sniffer broke. That same call sign, same helicopter out of Ryan Airfield circled Nancy's house for like hours.
Same helicopter.
Same helicopter.
And at the beginning of this time, or when did this?
I believe it was the 15th. Now, I think it shows up on radar as the 15th, but because the site I use goes by Zulu time, mm-hmm. It's actually, they were up like maybe the 14th. I'd have to do the calculations, but the same call sign, same bird, same helicopter was circling Nancy's neighborhood right about the same time that the pacemaker sniffer news broke. And that helicopter is looking at 3 specific points out in the desert, and I'm going to send you those.
Are they out there now?
They were up when I was driving over here, and then they have landed, and they were up yesterday morning.
And you think this is related to Nancy?
I mean, coincidences happen all the time, and our brains look for patterns, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's way too big of a coincidence that there was not these flight patterns before Nancy went missing. There was not these flight patterns before the news broke about the pacemaker sniffer, and the day that...
Here, I'm going to mute this for a minute. Hold on. Okay. People are saying mute.
Yeah.
So she doesn't care that she's on.
Hi. But I'm kind of camera shy, but this is important. Okay, and then I just sent you the picture of them circling, and this shows the 16th. This would have been if you're looking at Zulu time. This is because this is
what is Zulu time?
Zulu time is like, I'm not exactly sure, but it's what a lot of military and aeronautics use, because if you're like in
So when was this one?
It's right here. So this would be, it's 2:16 Zulu time, which is like 14 hours, I think, behind us. So this would have actually been 2:15.
So you're saying the same choppers here that were above Nancy Guthrie's home, and I'm going to show this right now to my viewers. This was 2:16.
Now this
you're
is
saying
exclusive.
this same chopper is now out there in the. So this was Nancy Guthrie's home. It's right off of North Campbell, between First and North Campbell. You're saying this same chopper is out there now, or was today?
It's landed.
But where?
At Ryan Airfield.
No,
outside.
but what location was it at?
Outside of 3 Points.
3 Points.
And here's the thing.
But how do you know it's not like something else, like something?
Well, so the only other possibility is that this guy was searching Nancy's neighborhood related to the case, and then got another gig.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
but he could have got another gig.
There's other things going on, right?
Totally. He could have got another gig searching the desert and searching the landfill, correct?
Uh-huh.
But I cannot think of anything that they would be out there for, that they would be searching so low and slow. And this guy had no gigs doing these sort of searches prior to Nancy Guthrie going missing. This is not traffic that is typical of Ryan Airfield.
Interesting.
And the sheriff was out there with him yesterday. The sheriff's helicopter landed within minutes of the helicopter in question landing out there.
Well, I appreciate it, Tina.
And then here's the other thing. So there's chatter on like all the boards about Badamonte and some of these flight patterns. A bunch of people have caught on, but nobody has gone back as far and looked at the specific day that I just showed you. Like that's like exclusive to JRL. Nobody's caught on to that.
Well, that's what, the thing about it is any of these flights, if they do a particular circle or anything, you should pay attention to, because they could, just go out there and whether it's a sniffer or whether it's, something. I mean, that's what we do. That's what we've been doing. So,
right.
I mean, it's interesting. Can you link me that the original, the model of that plane? So, or that chopper. So, and I can continue to follow it.
Let's see here.
And this is private?
So it is private. The other thing that I did notice about this particular call sign is prior to Nancy going missing, I found it out I found it circling in a very tight radius right above Davis-Monthan Air Base, which makes me think that it's somehow either law enforcement or military connected at the very least, because I can't think of a scenario where a private entity could circle a protected airspace and military base without it causing a nearly international incident.
Yeah.
So here's one of the call signs. And then I'm just texting you the actual number.
I'm going to put that in Google now and see the history. Flight Aware. So originates from Tucson.
No, it says Tucson, but it's Ryan Airfield.
Okay, Ryan Airfield. Okay. So it's at Ryan Airfield now.
Is it showing on the radar?
It's right here.
So they're getting ready to take off. They're up. Are they up?
I don't know if they're up. But it has here between Ryan Airfield and Tucson Airport. But that's pretty far out. That's towards the Native American reservation, isn't it?
It is. And here's the thing. You've been talking about the different border crossing points. There's Sassabee as well, which is a very small one that's straight out that road.
Yeah, I've been there.
Okay. So, yeah. If I had to guess, they dropped her off out there and then continued on to Sassabee.
I think so. Sassabee is an interesting spot. We've talked about Aravaca and Sassabee. It's a major smuggling route, but I don't think there's a Mexico element here to this as far as the perps being from the south of the border. I think that's very possible, but as far as her being taken to Mexico, I'm just not buying that.
And then see, like, look at this. Okay, I sent you another picture. It's a flight pattern that looks relatively random.
Mm-hmm.
But when you break it down and literally look at the exact elevation changes, there's 3 points that they are slowing down to nearly a hover speed and hovering over those points.
Well, what I'll do, Tina, is I'll just monitor these on my phone, and if something pops off, maybe we'll go take a look.
Yeah, and I would love. Let me tell you, I would be out there myself.
Mm-hmm.
Except I need a 4-wheel drive and I need to not have a broken foot to hike out there because it is quite a distance. And then I will send you a picture of the actual point that has everybody so interested. Oh, where is it? And I'm in touch with a search and rescue group out of Phoenix that has dogs that they were supposed to actually be coming down last night.
Oh, they're coming down?
They were supposed to be.
Dogs from Phoenix? Who?
Here. So I will send you a link to that first, and then I'll get you the other picture. But this, his name is Casey Smith.
Mm-hmm. Casey Smith, and he's bringing down dogs?
So, it's a volunteer organization.
Mm-hmm.
Initially, when we spoke, he was going to be coming down last night with his team to bring, I'm sending you the link, to bring his dogs and look in that area.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gotten a little quiet. I know they're.
Did they post that on that they were going to come up here? Sonora Valley Search, Trauma, Rescue, and Recovery.
Yes, and he trains dogs, and he also has one, and there he is.
He said he's coming down here. Where did you hear he was coming here?
Where did I hear he was coming from?
No, how do you know he's coming here? Where did you see that?
I found him.
He told you that?
No, I found him and told him he needed to come down here, and he's getting his team to come down here.
He told you that?
Yeah, I've been in direct contact with him. But right now, so it's a volunteer search organization. They were involved in the Patricia Wu search off of Mount Lemmon last year.
Yep.
And
at Windy Point.
Because he's a volunteer organization, he was trying to reach out to hotels to make accommodations so that he could have his team stay here. And he also has a donor that funds a number of his searches that he was reaching out to. So he said, oh, I should be able to get the funding. We're coming, he was telling me we're coming down Sunday night. And then he's been kind of not super responsive now. But my understanding is that he is trying to get down here. And I can show you the messages from him. I mean, not your viewers or whatever, because that's a little weird, but.
Well, Tina, I'm going to go back to my thing. Yeah. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, but I mean, I think that it's worth getting a 4-wheel drive and going out there. And I'm not going to blow up your phone, but I do occasionally go out there. So if I see activity, do you want me to text it to you?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
Thanks for coming out.
Yeah. Thanks for what you're doing. Good luck.
Thank you, Tina. All right. What do you think? She shared a couple flight paths. We'll monitor that. We'll just see. I mean, if they're out there circling out there, it might be connected. I mean, if it's the same chopper that was out there circling above Nancy's home, I mean, probably the same chopper is going to be out there again at one point looking around if there's a place. Unless it's another, it's something else. Going back over to anyone want to talk? Tyson just sent me information. The chopper N283TY was circling over Battimore tank Batamol tank yesterday, and I think a random wash. Not familiar with these tanks. Why this one there's a lot, maybe 857 Tucson can elaborate. According to the flight records, looks like they landed for a little bit. So someone else has sent me some information about it too. So we're talking about this chopper circling over Batamol tank yesterday and a random wash. So this is the same chopper that was, it's a private helicopter company. The owner of the helicopter company lives right near the intersection where media staged on the night of Luke's SWAT raid. I've been following patterns of this helicopter as well. So now that Tina came here, people are sending me emails about this helicopter. So we'll, you know, we could wait and see. You know, if they circle back up, maybe we should go check it out and see what's going on and go out there. George wants to talk. I've been following this Nancy Guthrie case since day one. I grew up watching lots of law enforcement and true crime TV shows and programming. I would like to discuss the case. My theories are grounded in reality and based on logic and facts. All right. We're going to bring you in. Logic and facts. That's what George says. His theories are based off logic and facts. All right. Come on in, George.
Hello?
Hi, George. JLR.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm great. Thanks for reaching out.
Oh, it's good to hear from you, man. What's going on?
Did you email me?
I did.
Okay.
I was surprised to hear from you.
I'm
watching you
when you
on TV. There's a slight delay.
Yes. So, turn your TV down, of course. So you say you want to talk about logic and facts in this case, and based off theories. Let's talk. What do you think?
Well, okay. So I'm in New Hampshire.
Mm-hmm.
I grew up watching lots of law enforcement programming, Cops, Real Stories, the Highway Patrol, America's Most Wanted for years and years and years. So I kind of look at things like almost like an amateur detective.
Mm-hmm.
So the way I look at it is you have someone who shows up to this woman's house, kidnaps an 84-year-old woman in the middle of the night. They've got a video of him on the Ring camera. They've got that image, which is supposedly from a different date. Is that correct?
That's what we're hearing now is 2 different dates. We just don't know the other date.
Okay, so he's done some reconnaissance. I would say, this is a planned thing. So to me, the angle that makes the most sense is that it was actually a planned kidnapping. Why I say that is he comes in the middle of the night. He was able to, this is someone that's, and I'm another thing I want to add is I think that possibly that original ransom note that TMZ got was real.
You do?
Because if not, what's the reason to kidnap an 84-year-old? It's not like it's a smoking hot 21-year-old chick. It's an 84-year-old woman in the middle of the desert. And that area you would have to know very well. So I think that that's definitely somebody that local and knows that area. Because, there's just twists and turns and roads and all that stuff. So to me, what I think is that, it was basically somebody who kidnapped her. It was a planned kidnapping. I think that the ransom note was real. And I think that if you've ever, any other kidnapping, as you know, what happens is the FBI generally is going to advise, Nancy and, Savannah and all the family to, string the kidnapper along because that's how they're going to catch them.
Mm-hmm.
So if they keep in contact and they keep on reaching out, like it's not like they're going to, if they say, okay, we'll drop the money, like in the Big Lebowski, throw it over a bridge or whatever, somebody grabs, that's how they're going to catch them. This person put it, basically said, okay, we want this money. We sent to a Bitcoin address, and that's allowing them to remain anonymous. And this is somebody that has some kind of tech savviness because they're asking for the money to be paid in Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
They're also smart enough to use anonymous email servers.
Mm-hmm.
They were smart enough to also, I guess, did they disable something about a spotlight or something? And then they also were able to spot that there was a Ring or a Nest camera there and disable that. So this is somebody that's kind of technologically savvy. And if that ransom note is real, they contacted TMZ, which kind of leads me to believe that it's maybe somebody younger, because who's going to contact TMZ? And then the other angle is they contact like local stations. So that's another reason why I think that it's, definitely somebody local.
Yeah, yeah, we've discussed that. They reached out to a local station. So how do you know about this particular local station? Now you can do the research and find out what stations are local and kind of do it that route. TMZ, are you saying a younger crowd listens to TMZ opposed to an older crowd?
Well, it's just it's such a strange person to contact. Such a strange organization to contact if you're trying to demand a ransom. It just seems like that, and the fact that they're asking for Bitcoin,
mm-hmm.
and makes me believe that it's somebody who's a little bit more, I would say, on the tech savvy side.
Well, not only that, but no phone pings appears to have the perp.
Exactly.
I mean, they know about that stuff, not to have the phones on, because we're assuming there was no phones. I mean, they would have pinged them already and had who they were in that area, but they don't. So, they were savvy enough to, evade it that way thus far.
Yeah, and exactly like you said. And so there was no phone pings, and then there was just so much that's just odd to the case. It's like it's almost like right now the FBI and the sheriff are under pressure because we're sitting here and everybody wants this to be resolved. And I follow the case, and I've been watching it on YouTube, and I watch on the news and stuff like that. And everybody wants a resolution, and it seems like more and more the media's departing because there's other stories with what's going on in Iran and all that stuff. And I think that the FBI is under a lot of pressure, but it is kind of getting where it's a cold case. And to me, the angle that makes the most sense is I think that it was a planned kidnapping. I think that that first ransom note was real.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the people wanted that money in Bitcoin, and they got it. They gave an or else. This is, we're giving you a date, and they're smart enough. Because we're talking about people who were wearing. You saw how the person came. They came with gloves, thick gloves to not leave any DNA. They came in the middle of the night. They disabled the camera. This was a planned thing where they came in, they reconned, like you said, as you mentioned, they probably didn't have phones with them, so they could, they were smart enough to know all that. I think there was no way that glove that was found was going to be tossed away. Somebody who's went through all this trouble to kidnap this woman in the middle of the night is not just going to toss a glove down the road. I don't think that's what happened. As far as it's going to be interesting to see about the DNA within the house, because we don't know what the police know. So maybe that genetic genealogy could end up catching this person, because who knows? Who knows what happened in that house? Whose blood that they're saying that they have a mixed blood sample. Could that have been maybe if Nancy put up some kind of a fight and the person bled a little bit and mixed in with her blood sample, and that you could end up catching them a couple months down the road.
I know it's wild. It's wild. I don't know what to say, George. I mean, you're raising a lot of questions that everyone's asking here, and some.
Yeah, it's just like, that's the thing is like, I just want to see it because I'm like, at this point, I'm just like, oh my God, I'm kind of like, I feel like a lot of people out there, you're invested in the case and you're like, you want to see a resolution. You don't want to see some scumbag. And if the person out there who did this is listening, I think you're a scumbag. I think, you've kidnapped an 84-year-old woman. You prey on the weak. It's like somebody who preys on children. I mean, all for a piece of paper, for currency. You're stealing somebody's grandmother in the middle of the night. I mean, give me a break. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I just don't understand it, and that's kind of sad. But yeah, I hope he gets caught.
Well said. You reached out to the perp. That's the first one today that reached out to the perp. Got anything to say to the perp? Say it to the perp.
That's what I'm saying. I think you're a scumbag. You kidnapped somebody's grandmother for some money. Well, you're a real contribution to society.
Kelly Burke-Garrett. Yeah, I appreciate it, George. Thank you very much.
All right.
Thanks for the call. Thanks for the insight.
Okay.
All right, bye. Kelly Burkhead, actually 857 Tucson's on his way down here, and I just sent him the flight coordinates. We might go check that out. But the plane has to be back up. So we might check it out. That private plane. If it's out there up in the sky again at different locations, we might go check it out. Blue 97 Stang says there are a couple military bases near Tucson. There are more than likely training Chinooks and Swarskis. I'm saying that right. The first answer is normally right. It's Tommaso and Annie. Why the tar on the Range Rover? Tarp. I know. Why the tarp on the Range Rover? We'll never understand that. And we're talking about Luke's Range Rover at the Culvers. Still, that's a mystery. But yeah. It's possible this is just not related. That's why I'm kind of just monitoring. So I sent the coordinates and everything to Tucson. But the problem is that location, there's going to be no reception out there. So our streaming capability is going to be, it's north of 3 points. But then they're also in a place where there's no roads either. So, you know, the area right here, she sent me again, the Batamote tank. It's literally out there in the middle of nowhere. So I don't even think we can get to it. But if the chopper is up there circling around, maybe we'll go look for something to do. We'll see, investigate a little bit. But what's this? Yeah, so people are sending me stuff about this chopper. I'm continuing to look, and we'll see if this thing hits up here. N283TY and also N863DC. But it's pretty far out there and pretty remote out there. That's the problem. Right now, right there at N283TY, it's grounded right now. It's at Ryan. I'm gonna look at the other one here. Both of them appear to be grounded at this time. So nothing is up. Question is, why are they there? In one near Nicholas. So we just wait. We just wait and see. Far and remote is where you should be looking. It's a needle in a haystack out there. We've, already been to Socorro National Park. It's just a needle in a haystack. We need to know where law enforcement goes. If law enforcement is up in the sky in a certain area or someone affiliated with law enforcement at a location, absolutely will go. But you got to understand these choppers here, even though a chopper might have participated in a search for Nancy Guthrie, if they're searching another pair, it could be totally unrelated. It could just be their assignment, their new assignment. So we need more than that just to go on that, because you're talking long trips out. But if they do start circling again in a particular area, we might go check out. So we're just kind of like waiting here. One other bit of information. The road in this area is about 15 minutes away from where Kayla Day's husband was arrested for human smuggling. All right. Good information. Good information. What do we got here? I'm a pilot and will tell you N238TY is not searching for Nancy people. It's a private operated by Volair, which does flight training tours. Rob Mancuso says. Well, that's what people are also saying. It's a private and it's just doing its thing. So, we're going to need a little bit more, we got our eyes. I mean, it's the same chopper that was, in front of Nancy's house at one point, but this could just be, nothing of nothing. So go to Wash, get a drone. Well, it's far out there. Road out there. There's no road out there. Once you get out there, there's no road. So we'll just wait. I'm just gonna wait and see. I don't want to go on these goose chases, but we will go if something ever comes credible or something. All right, what do we got? Anybody want to talk? I want to talk. Jessica says, I would just like to know what we know about the 911 call. I missed most of the day's news when this came out. Would like to know what you know about the call. We don't know anything about the 911 call. The 911 call is, mystery. We don't even know who actually made the call. Continuous coverage of the Nancy Guthrie case. JLR, first, thank you for what you do. Second, please take 857 and return to the golf course. Those washes, they are close to Luke's home, and his name is continuing to come up for no reason. His hangout is there. Please research the golf course, including those empty buildings there. She could be there to keep weather and wildlife away from her and making people want to search there. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, these actual searches, any type of search on our own, it's going to be very tough to do because needle in the haystack. I mean, you need something. You need some. Oh, 2 Pima County sheriff's deputies just parked outside Nancy Guthrie's house. This is the first time our team has seen them since Friday. There is no longer searching, but the investigation into her disappearance continues. Ooh, there are 2 Pima County Sheriff's deputies back at Nancy Guthrie's home. Should we go up there and look? Should we go? Yeah. This has come from Mills Hayes. Right here. She just tweeted this. She said 2 Pima County deputies back at. Let's go. Let's go look. Should we go up there? Yeah, let's go. There might be some activity. Never know. We can always come back. All right, let me put in her address. Let's go up there. Maybe they're there when they're there. Maybe they're not. All right. Our way up. Roll out. Tucson, I'm going to, hold on, I'm going to let Tucson know because he said he was coming down here. He's watching, so he knows where I'm at, but I'm just going to call him anyway. Hello, there's 2 Pima County deputies that just came to Nancy's. Yeah, so I'm going up there. All right, if you're there first, call me and let me know if they're still there, if they bounced or if they're gone. Yeah, I'm about 22 minutes out or something. All right, see you soon. All right, he's on his way up there too.
At the next light, take a sharp left.
But I also I have to stop here and use the restroom real quick. Roll out.
At the light, take a sharp left onto South Campbell Avenue, Keno Parkway.
I thought it's a road trip.
Roll out.
I don't know why he left. I think it's just to get him to go up to Nancy's and get him out of their parking lot. Something else is going down.
All right, we're on our way to Nancy's home.
Trying to get him out of the parking lot. out of the sheriff's parking lot.
Over here, I'll be right back, folks.
Something's gonna give. And the sheriff will probably be done by then. You know what I mean? I've been sneezing my head off. The wind's blowing. Doggone wind. Although it's 66 degrees. Oh, it's probably warmer now. It's been shining. Yeah, 66. But the wind is supposed to blow 30 to 40 miles an hour with 50 to 70 mile an hour gusts. Yay. Just what we want. Some more damn dirt flying around. Good old dirt. So what does everybody think about all this mess? I think they're trying to get him out of the parking lot, and they sent those two sheriffs up there just to get him to go up there. He's going to get up there, and who knows what's going on at the sheriff's office. You know what I mean? I mean, it just maybe nothing, maybe something, but the family already has the house back, so it's like, why would the sheriffs be there? Pick up her mail? I don't know.
Let's just pin this up in here. All right. Hold on.
They just want to get him out of the parking lot or get, you know. I think he needs to go back to the sheriff's office. Keep doing his calls. Let someone else go up there and check on the sheriff's up there at her house. Ain't nothing up at her house. Unless they brought Nancy back home yet. Haven't done that.
Pima County Sheriff's at Nancy Guthrie's home. All right, on the way.
Didn't my screen go? Get on the phone side. Or did I freeze it? No.
Dun, 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 dun.
Turn left toward Historic
Dun,
US
dun,
80.
dun, dun.
Then you'll take your first right onto Historic US 80.
All right.
Turn right onto Historic US 80. Then at the next light, you'll take a sharp left.
I'm not going to be able to get here out here. So
Left.
this is going to be a different one here. Roll out.
At
Roll
the
out.
light, take a sharp left onto South Campbell Avenue, Keno Parkway.
Right?
All right, we're off.
It's deliveries on Tuesday. I'll check and see if they got this file cabinets. Gotta get Dorothy set up. Look over there, up here.
Wonder why the deputies are back there.
Look at that. Look at that. Okay, there. He's out of the parking lot at the sheriff's office. So let's see what happens at the sheriff's office.
On the move.
The
Back
local
up to Nancy Guthrie's home. We got police activity there. They're out there. That's 100% fact. There's images of law enforcement at Nancy Guthrie's home right now.
Why would
They're
they go
back.
there if the family got the house? Thought they were done taking evidence. Or, well, the sheriff come doing it.
They were like, you missed it. How do you know they're gone? They were like, you missed it.
Something's gonna happen at the sheriff's office.
Let's go for a drive anyway. If they're not there, they're not there. If they're there, they're there.
Yeah, I think it's gonna crack pretty soon. You know where she is, they know doing it. Don't know about the box thing. I've never heard anything about that kind of stuff.
Yes, I showed the images of the law enforcement at Nancy Guthrie's home. There's 2 Pima County sheriffs there.
Good shift change.
Enton posted Savannah was at the house.
And involved with this, telling him to go there. There you go. Something's going down somewhere else. And
Is John DePietro there? Oh, ludicrous. We'll just see what they're about. I'll see I'll go up there and talk to them, find out why they were there. If they're there, they're not there. We'll just go for a road trip back up there anyway. Some people in the chat feel like they're gone. We'll see.
all around.
$20 minutes.
Go see the
Well, if sheriff deputies were only there for 15 minutes, then I don't think it's a big deal. Was it?
get out of the PC or ask any questions. Or just bringing someone in. But it's shady. And it's shady. Kidnapping I've ever seen.
Whoever was up there at the house, whoever's up there at the house now, if everyone's gone and there's nobody there and there's reporters there, somebody there will tell us what happened. So we'll get the scoop on what was it about. You know, we'll find out.
Sheriff's office, so he goes up there.
Looks like the News Nation reporter Mills was up there because she's the one that posted the tweet. So the News Nation got a booth. I can drive by there and ask the News what was happening, so we get an idea
We'll see.
if they're all going.
Right.
Change the scenery, Eddie.
Probably the sheriff's office.
I was just informed Savannah and her family are there as well.
Ooh,
Savannah might be at the house now.
oh my. Yeah, they're too.
But if they go in, they're probably going in through the garage. It's hard to see. They're not going to come out there in the yard. We'll see.
They're going to. I bet you Jamal's going with them. I wish he'd come out and talk or say something for his name. But I don't keep thinking. Crazy donut type.
Visited the memorial. Summer reporters are saying that Savannah visited the memorial. I'm looking to see if there's any footage of that.
Yeah.
Let's see if John DePietro is there.
It's all the notes and flowers and stuff. Maybe they'll break. Maybe they'll say, okay, we're done.
Dun, dun, dun. Murky says they're gone. Brian and John DePietro both posted the family looked at the flowers and laid some down. They are gone now. So we'll go talk to DePietro. He's probably out there with his umbrella. I haven't checked his channel, though. Thank you, Murky. I mean, to me, interesting that Savannah would be at the house to lay flowers, but it's not, to me, it's not, hey, that's breaking, Nancy has been found or the perp has been caught. That's part of, what's going on at the home. The home has been given back to the Guthrie family. There'll probably be people coming in and out of that home.
I don't see any.
Who's the perp? Where's Nancy? All right, passing the hospital. Almost there. Why do people say go to the banner? They think Savannah might go to the banner next. That's what people think. The banner. Some reports saying Savannah's going to go back home soon. Some of the reports said that she was going to fly as early as the weekend. She never, obviously, if she's up there at the house, then she's there. We'll see if anyone filmed Savannah at the flowers up here. If nobody did, then I don't understand why they wouldn't. If they're there. Privacy.
Be double joy for all these people that are trying to help find her.
I don't believe Brian Enton is at the house. What News Nation is at the house, and he's reporting from News Nation having the booth across the street from the house. There's a reporter by the name of Mills who works for News Nation, posted pictures of people at the house, sheriff deputies. We shall see. Here it is. The News Nation booth. They did post it. I gotta retweet that. Tommaso was there. Tommaso was there, folks. What do you think? That's a strong message. Tommaso was there. Whoa. Tommaso was with Savannah and Annie. Tommaso was with Savannah. Whoa, and Annie at the house.
Back to Nancy Guthrie's house. There were some sheriffs there.
Somebody said in the chat, you think they went because they knew JLR Investigates was down there at the other location, so that was their way to make a move real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying.
News Nation has their they're the only ones out there with their as of this morning. I don't know who else is there, but with the booth set up across the street.
I haven't seen anything yet.
Yes, we missed it. People are like, you missed it. You missed it. Yes, we were down at the sheriff's office. While we were at the sheriff's office, it looks like Savannah, Tommaso, and Annie arrived to the Nancy Guthrie's home and went out there and started hugging each other by the road. I think that sends a powerful message, though, to the world that they are a unified front, even with Tommaso there. Again, the sheriff has cleared Tommaso.
I don't think so.
And Danny, and the Guthrie family.
How many minutes we are? Still be trying to find them out. This is what they call another bone. Another bone.
Just so interesting.
Every week they put on a bone to the media. This is another one. So they're trying to get the media to think that everything is okay.
Savannah is with
That's my opinion.
Annie and Tommaso, and they went to the home. I think that's a big deal
I know.
that they were together. Was Cameron there too? I think that's a big deal. In reference to the family together, united together, including Tommaso. Because, you know, a lot of people in our chat have been saying for days, oh, why hasn't Tommaso, you know, been seen with Savannah and the Guthries in general? And it sends a message today. They're there together. people in the chat are also saying Tommaso was in Italy. Well, apparently he's not.
Go past East Kai and Luster and turn left onto East Camino Miraval. Turn left onto East Camino Miraval. In half a mile, turn left onto East Camino La Brinca.
I'm going to get the Petro's take as soon as I get up here.
Turn left onto East Camino La Brinca.
Go to the next one. Oh, we got the Petro. We got the News Nation booth. All right, fill me in. What in the heck happened here? News Nation captured it. Were you here?
I was not. I was
You
5
missed it
minutes
too.
away. I did. I was 5 minutes
So
away.
what exactly happened?
The three of them, Savannah, Tommaso, and also Annie, not the brother. The three of them came and they laid
Cameron? No Cameron.
no Cameron. Right, basically to the right of the sign that the neighbors had put up. But you can hear Annie's very emotional in the video.
Mm-hmm.
So just as I was arriving, as you know, we have to, and folks, I'm speaking those that are on JLR.
Some people are saying Annie was over dramatic.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is on that. But there were 2 Pima County sheriffs, and there was like no one on the street. And as soon as they laid them, as I came around the corner, I could see the cars, and then could see the sheriffs and so forth.
And they left.
So
The sheriffs came with them?
there were 2 Pima County sheriff cars.
With them?
Yes. Yep.
Well, what did they go in the house?
They did not want to.
Look at the house there. Look at the blind. Look, I did not see that before.
I didn't see that.
Did you see that before like that?
So they did come. Savannah seemed to be the kind of the strength of the 3.
Yeah,
And
but Tommaso's with them.
Yes.
So that sends a powerful message, I think.
100%. Yes.
I mean, this might be like Savannah is 100% supporting Annie and Tommaso. Don't think they're involved in any way, shape, or form with this.
Which also plays into what you and I talked about yesterday, Damon, with, the more and more on this day 30, I lean towards that they were actually, the abductors were inside the house when she got dropped off.
Mm-hmm.
Because otherwise, one of the things you and I have talked about is how would you not hear people coming in if you're asleep? You would get waken up. And I kept questioning, how would you not, why would you risk that she could call 911 if in fact you're coming into the home? But it does make sense if they were already there. That's a over 3,000 square foot home.
Can you do me a favor?
Then in fact she comes in and they're already
Could
there.
you do me a favor? People want to hear from you, but it's blurry here at this spot. Could you walk
You
over?
know what? I'm going to stay. I will do that, but I'm going to be live right now.
Okay.
On the radio.
Yeah.
My platforms.
All right.
I will do
I'll talk to you in a
We'll
bit.
talk a little
Yeah.
bit. Folks, again, right now,
Whoa, that's crazy. It's crazy. All right, let me turn around here. So some of the people that been following this case extensively are sending me messages saying Annie was very, very, very dramatic. Dramatic. This is who captured it right here, News Nation. Good job, News Nation. That's crazy. What is this? What is this show? Yo, that's crazy. This is coming from Laura Engel. Let me go over here in the shade. Fox News is reviewing it right now. They're like, look, we have Fox News. I don't think Fox News caught it. Maybe they caught it. News Nation, it seems like the only one that got it. But why not ask questions? Would it have been appropriate to ask questions? Hey, any comment? What's going on? Let me look at about a half hour ago. Annie seems like she's the most emotional out of all of them. And look at Savannah hugging Tommaso, putting her hands on the back of, look, they're all hugging each other. I don't believe the family had anything to do with Nancy disappearing, Donna says. Doneo.
You're fine?
Woo!
Really?
Let's see what some of who's this guy? Yeah, look. Savannah is taller than Tommaso, right? Let's go back and look. Kind of look like it. Kind of look like it to me. Savannah's taller. All right, where's Nancy? Somebody responded, our troops are dying in the field, and this is what everyone's talking about. Nancy Guthrie. Here's the thing about it is, folks, they come out of the driveway right here with a media staging of News Nation right in front of them. News Nation's the only one. But they come out of the driveway and go down to the driveway to lay flowers with a camera crew that is planted exactly across from them. So they knew it would be all filmed. They knew it would all be documented. There's no other camera crews out here besides over here in the left corner, which was not here this morning. Back there, right over there, there's one on the corner. But this is the only one, more or less, that's here that coincidentally is right across from the driveway. They knew they were being filmed. So what do you think about that situation? I mean, they knew literally there's nothing else here, and they come out of the driveway and go over there and hug each other right in front of the cameras. That's right across from them. That's camped there. That this tent has been here for days. This is News Nation. Publicity stunt? Genuine? What? Share your thoughts in the chat. I think some of it was genuine. I would think so, right? They're all talking about it right now in front of me. Page 6. Savannah Guthrie's siblings share heartbroken embrace at memorial outside missing mom's house. And it goes on to say, look, they came out here. Tommaso was here with Annie and Savannah. Yeah. And they were very emotional, particularly Annie.
I haven't seen the video yet.
Yeah, it's a video. You see, News Nation caught it on the right.
Get out of this way.
Today, co-host and Savannah, her sister Annie, and brother-in-law Tommaso were seen visiting the makeshift memorial around 10:45 a.m. local time. Now people are rushing to the scene here. They're doing the same thing I did to see what's going on. Now there's more traffic on the road right now than there has been for days. It's all time. There's another car that pulled up. I think it sends a message that Savannah supports Annie and Tommaso. And they're all in this together. Sheriff clears Tommaso, Annie, Savannah, Cameron, siblings, yeah, Guthrie family members, all cleared. What you think about that?
I got a new hypothesis. Well, not a new, but I got the hypothesis.
Here, say hello, everyone. 857 Tucson.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Hope everyone's having a good day. I think it shows unity, like you said, for the family.
Mm-hmm.
But I had a thought. Is obviously the Uber driver dropped Nancy or came here, right, and picked Nancy up. Is that right?
Yeah.
Who does the Uber driver know? The Uber driver has friends, right? The Uber driver sees 84-year-old Nancy leave. Now the Uber driver can tell whoever to come here. So whoever, if it's obviously, I don't think it's anybody. It's somebody who either indirectly, they use that word, indirectly knew that Annie lived here, or Nancy lived here. And even though they're saying it wasn't a burglary, I think it was like a home invasion that went bad. But it's somebody, and they need to check maybe the Uber driver's connections. Friends of the Uber driver. I don't know who the Uber driver, they haven't released, but it would be interesting to find out who indirectly knew that Nancy lived here.
Yo, I'm getting messages all over the place right now saying Tommaso walking from the driveway looks like the perp. He walks like the perp. See, this is how crazy
the FBI would not be able to discover that? I mean,
dude, I got like 6 messages right now. It says, look at how Tommaso walks. He walks like the perp.
I haven't seen that, but
they're saying it on my phone right now.
If they're thinking, and we go with their thinking that it's not Tommaso, they cleared the thing.
I don't think it's Tommaso. I don't.
I don't either.
I don't think he's the perp.
But it could be somebody who knew that Tommaso was married to a Guthrie, right? Indirectly. So anybody who's indirectly that knew, they're checking into it.
Let's do this, please. Says the problem with the Uber driver friend theory is that something happened back on January 11th. Uber driver met Nancy on January 31st.
Well, and the thing about it is it's definitely, in my opinion, like a local flick that maybe was looking at home invasions and he was taken out. And listen, if you take Nancy's name out of it, they targeted a vulnerable 84-year-old woman.
People are also saying that Tommaso and all that waited for me to be down there at the sheriff's station to come up here and use that as an opportunity to come up here, without taking any questions. You think that?
Oh, yeah.
They were watching. They were like, oh, yeah, they're down at the sheriff's station now. Let's make our move.
They cleared everybody out.
That's why they cleared everybody out.
Do that.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think it's always about me, though. And it's not. You're like, oh yeah, there's people, the main channel watching this case. They're down there at the sheriff's office. Now we can make our move. We do it in front of News Nation, in front of the cameras at News Nation. Literally have cameras. Like we literally have a camera booth right here, literally in front of the flowers, the only one. And Annie rolls out and gets very, very emotional at the driveway. I think it was genuine. I think it's legit, though. I do. What do you think? I'll play it again. Roll down here right in front of the cameras with the Pima County. Let me turn it up. Everyone grieves differently. That's a great point. Everybody grieves it. Hey, did Fox News happen to catch that? Oh, you missed it. Fox News missed it. They just told me they missed it. Fox News missed it. Everyone's back at Annie and Tomas's home, or Nancy's home. News Nation was the only one that caught it. A lot of activity out here now. Cars, nothing but cars. going on?
Well, are you gonna stay right here? Are you gonna park? I don't know how long we can stay here. I mean,
I doubt anyone's coming back at this point.
what's that?
I don't think anyone's coming back today.
No, that was the big opportunity. I think that's why they kicked it out, so they could do that eventually.
Think so?
They needed to have some sort of, other than Savannah statements. Or they just saw, hey, no one's there. Do you guys want to go see the flowers? This is our chance.
Yeah.
We'll run up to
I mean,
CVS
I
and-
think it sends a huge message here.
Yeah, I agree. You need anything from CVS?
No, I'm good.
I'll swing back here in like 8 minutes. 10 minutes.
It sends a powerful message. I just tweeted out. I said, this sends a powerful message that Savannah supports Annie and Tommaso right here. I think it sends a powerful message. How you doing? I missed it. Did you miss it? Nope. You were at the sheriff's office? I was at the sheriff's office too.
It's like we've been here for 30 days. The one day we missed.
Well, maybe they came for that specific reason because they knew nobody was here and they know everyone else is everywhere. I mean, there's one booth there right in front of there.
But it's not packed like the days prior.
It's not like the days prior.
We missed it.
You missed it.
Are you going somewhere else right now?
I'm probably going to the sheriff's office maybe or somewhere. You?
I might be there later today.
Take care.
See you.
Yeah, you have a good day. Telemundo missed it. They said, I was at the sheriff's office. Telemundo. 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 Listen, I've said on my chat, you guys can have your opinions, but I've said on my chat, the sheriff cleared them. Great footage. You didn't expect it? Were you the only one here? You two?
Yeah, Fox was here too.
That was like you two? Oh, you two and the producer. Yeah, that's to me, I think that sends a powerful message that the family is united. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people feel different ways towards, Annie and Tommaso. It sends a message that Savannah is supporting. Yeah. Less media here, less attention. But they also did it in front of your booth too. Exactly. Right across, like of all the places. Hello. So great work though. Yeah. And stay hydrated out here. I'm back and forth between here and the sheriff's office. I would have loved to catch it. Do you know, did they just come in a convoy or something? Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, really? 2 sheriffs before they came? Yeah. It's been the same guy that's been on this property. So he's like a personal driver.
I think he's maybe former law
former law officer. Yeah, so that came in the SUV. They were only here for like 10 minutes, right? Not even that long.
Well, there wasn't one car. Like I've been in block roads like
Yeah, yeah.
Everything's been happening.
Yeah.
It's like the grace of God. 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, so they probably were scouting out and noticing nobody's really out here, right?
Maybe those guys, because they were here for 45 minutes.
Yeah, and they let them know, hey, this is your time to be able to do it. Yeah, but here's your. Yeah, interesting. And they're gone. Huh. All right, guys, stay hydrated. I don't have any waters on me. You guys good?
No, we're good. But thanks for checking. That's cool.
All right, stay safe. Talk to you soon. All right, so News Nation just told me basically is the camera crew, or I'm sorry, the sheriff's office came, 2 deputies. They were sitting in the driveway for a while. Then a black SUV rolls up, and they do it. They were only here about 3 minutes. About 3 minutes. And they just did it, and then they left. He said it was 3 News Nation people that were there that saw it. Interesting. See, to me, I think that was I again, for me, I'm thinking, okay. Annie and Tommaso, innocent victims here. Savannah supporting them. They wouldn't be hugging together, a unified family front. What's going on here? What's your take? There's many people in our chat that, have shared that, Annie and Tommaso, and even before the sheriff publicly cleared them, my mind's going, Annie and Tommaso. But there you see today, unless, what do you think? Wow. So they're still in town, all of them. Tommaso's not in Italy. Some people think he said he was in Italy. I never really see any proof of that. People say it was all for the camera, all for the shows. The case is just very, very strange. People use the word bizarre. They said the driver looks like he was former LE. 3 minutes. It's a very powerful message. Like, yo. Yo. All right, where would you like to go? Where would everyone like to go? Share in the chat. Consent, majority rules. Banner. People say go to the banner. Home. Some people said home. Go home. Search. Banner. Banner. We'll go down the banner. I'm not going to Amy's home though. Aunties. I don't want to sit out there in the heat. few people are saying Nancy's. I don't want to stop there. I really don't. Go to Culver's. Nothing in 3 points. There's nothing in 3 points is too far, and there's nothing in the sky. Searching the hot needle in the haystack.
At the next light, turn left.
Oh, I need to get some gas. Get some gas.
At the light, turn left onto North First Avenue.
I still can't wrap my head around that, man. Chevron station.
Continue on East Rudisill Road for 3/4 of a mile.
Go to the Circle K. Get gas. Circle K.
At the next light, turn left.
It's like, whoa. So we're going to do a call-in a bit. I want to hear your thoughts on what you saw today and your thoughts of that.
At the light, turn left onto historic US 80 North Oracle Road.
Circle K. read some of your messages here in a few. JLR, check on helicopter RO818177 circling around Mount Lemon. But not sure if Army would assist in search for Nancy. I don't think that's related, Pat Skate. Around Mount Lemon. Jason X5576. Thank you, Jason. Jennifer Hitchcox says, in my opinion, the family paid respect to the world for the prayers and added flowers. Nothing more. Grateful family. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for sharing that, Jennifer Hitchcox. 6694. Nothing more. They were there to pay respect, had some flowers, laid down the flowers, hugged, cried, wept, emotional, and that's what happened. Maybe use that just as an opportunity. The less cameras, the better. At one point, you're gonna have to go because there's always going to be cameras there. All right, be right back. Gas jumped up 30 cents. He's on kick. All right. On the move.
Turn right onto historic US.
I'll tell you, folks, my mind's thinking Annie and Tommaso are totally innocent in this. where my mind's thinking. They're totally innocent in this, and they're victims themselves. And what do you think? I mean, let's be real. There's probably is some theatrics in this, right? But theatrics doesn't mean it's all fake. I mean, I'm sure there's some theatrics, you know, them knowing the cameras are on them. And just like if all of you knew the cameras were on you, you're going to make sure, you know, you're dressed appropriately, or, you know, your posture's right, or whatnot. I mean, sheriff cleared them, but just a lot of weird things around their house. It's just, it's, you know, and I'm saying this just by, my screen's getting hot. If Mia 919's in the chat, I actually charged up that phone fan. So we got that if need be. Actually works very well. That's just like, wow, like, whoa. Excuse me. Thing's baking the windshield. I've seen where it's at the banner, but I don't think anything is there personally. I'm going back to the sheriff's station. I like that as a staging ground.
There's a lane closure ahead.
Lane closure. .9 miles, take the left. Windshield says 95 degrees. Literally 95. It's hot.
Go past West Ventura Street and turn left onto West Leicester Street. Turn left onto West Leicester Street.
Still, I can go back.
Oh wait, the Gem Show banner went down. They took the Gem Show banner down.
Go past North 11th Avenue and turn right onto North 10th Avenue.
We usually pass through here and there's a big banner that says the Gem Show. It's gone.
Hello, Jeanette. I'm back to
Gem Show over. Gem Show is over.
oh, being a good.
Turn right onto North 10th Avenue. Then you'll turn right.
Some people said go check the banner out. I'm just gonna go check down here, but
They'll get
it
a
doesn't look
double,
like anybody's down here.
a double
Nice.
bone thrown
There's
out.
one truck down here.
We'll see.
Whose truck is this?
Well,
Is this Mark the Shark?
yeah,
Yeah, it might be a YouTuber out here. Mark the Shark. Looks like him.
Turn right, then immediately turn left into the parking lot. Take your next right onto North 11th Avenue.
Hey, we're filming each other.
Huh?
We're filming each other. How are you?
Good.
You missed it.
Yeah.
The house. Let me come up. I'm gonna pull up next to you.
All right.
Missed it. We missed it. How long you been down here?
Let's see. Now?
An hour?
Less than an hour, yeah.
Anything happening? Did you see anybody here?
No, well, I did. Actually, I saw a couple ladies pull up, show their support.
A couple ladies. Hear anything?
Not right now, no. Well, a lot of the subscribers have been saying that they were probably here after.
They could.
I think so.
Think they're coming here? Yeah, but they left there a while ago.
Well, they might be having lunch, you know.
So you've been here over an hour and you haven't seen nothing. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Is that fan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got mine right here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna put it on my thing. Keep
This
it
thing
cool.
actually like really gets it cold.
Does it?
Yeah.
I got mine right here.
I'm just saying because I know our phone's over G.
Yeah.
Then I saw you one with one, and I was like, man, I gotta get one.
Phone's over here. I know, right? Mine has to clip on a certain way though. I have mine right here. It's going. Zzz. Keeps it cool though. I'm actually in the shade right now.
Oh, last night?
Yeah, what happened last night?
I think I might have seen the Kia Soul in the white one.
You saw the Kia Soul?
Yeah.
Where?
At Circle K, over there by Annie and Tomaso's house.
You saw a Kia Soul over there?
Yeah, check this out.
Mm-hmm.
I lost my keys, so I was going to do a members only live, so we could go searching for my keys.
Uh-huh.
It was late. It was like 3 in the morning. And then, so I went out to where the King Glass and went to the Circle K. And I was like, I've never been in there. I like the quick trip.
Yeah.
And then so I'm like, I go inside the gas station and ask the guy, hey, has anybody had any keys? He's like, no. And I'm like, well, there's an air tag. Here. He's like, oh, wait, let me check. He checks. My keys are there. They're destroyed.
Really?
The keys I leave. And then the chat's like, there's a Kia Soul right there, a white one. So then I turn around, I go park next to it, and it looks just like the one from the camera. And this guy comes out, and he has like a stack of newspapers. And I ask him, hey, what's up? You guys are still delivering newspapers? He's like, yeah. So he was delivering newspapers. And so he does all the route to it.
Wow.
So I think that's what it was. He was just there delivering papers.
We got the chat. Mimi says, in my opinion, your best being at the sheriff's is the best idea. When breaking news come, you could be right there. Then you can go to the location if breaking news is announced. I kind of concur with that. That's kind of why I chose that thing. I mean, I also think, Savannah, I just think, Savannah and them as a group is important. I do think that's important to see. But I think, the big things in this is if they come out and give a press conference, of course, or Nancy being found or the perp being arrested.
Yeah.
I think the perp being arrested, or what the police are up to in reference to the investigation is a.
What time were they there?
10:45 a.m.
Yeah, they were only there for a few minutes.
According to News Nation.
For my personal interest, I would just say just.
Whoa, Luke speaks.
Oh, yeah, they interviewed.
Hold on.
Thank you, guys.
Hold on a second. There's an exclusive interview with Luke that's just got out. One-on-one with Luke. Holy smokes.
No, I didn't.
This is your first interview since you've been detained.
Hold on a second, folks. Hold on. Luke speaks. Luke speaks. Luke just came out. Here we go. Luke, stand by. Let me put this up.
It's your first interview since you've been detained. What's your hope in putting your voice out there now that people will get from this interview?
For my personal interest, I would just say just not to go off speculation of everything you hear on the internet and kind of like the hive mind mentality that someone says something and then they just go off of it based on no evidence, no truth.
Many people have believed that you are the person on the surveillance video, the abductor, the masked person. Is that you?
It's not me. I don't see the resemblance of it looking like me.
He's shaved.
But absolutely not. I have nothing to do with this case.
Luke.
Nothing to do with it. Do you have any idea who is involved in the abduction?
I don't. If I did, I would happily tell FBI, police, anything. I mean, I, like everyone else, just want Nancy to come home and be safe. But that being said, I have nothing to do with this case.
Whoa.
Since you've been detained, what's your hope in putting your voice out there now that people will get from this interview?
For my personal interest, I would just say just not to go off speculation of everything you hear on the internet and kind of like the hive mind mentality that someone says something and then they just go off of it based on no evidence, no truth.
Many people have believed that you are the person on the surveillance video, the abductor, the masked person. Is that you?
It's not me. I don't see the resemblance of it looking like me. But absolutely not. I have nothing to do with this case.
Nothing to do with it. Do you have any idea who is involved in the abduction?
I don't. If I did, I would happily tell FBI, police, anything. I mean, I, like everyone else, just want Nancy to come home and be safe. But that being said, I have nothing to do with this case.
Whoa. Whoa. Luke Daly speaks. He says he is not involved. Luke. So why did they raid his house? I'm going to play it again. Matter of fact, I'm going to copy this. Oh. Brianna Whitney. Luke.
This is your first interview since you've been detained. What's your hope in putting your voice out there now that people will get from this interview?
For my personal interest, I would just say just not to go off speculation of everything you hear on the internet and kind of like the hive mind mentality that someone says something and then they just go off of it based on no evidence, no truth.
Many people have believed that you are the person on the surveillance video, the abductor, the masked person. Is that you?
It's not me. I don't see the resemblance of it looking like me. But absolutely not. I have nothing to do with this case.
Nothing to do with it. Do you have any idea who is involved in the abduction?
I don't. If I did, I would happily tell FBI, police, anything. I mean, I, like everyone else, just want Nancy to come home and be safe. But that being said, I have nothing to do with this case.
Whoa. Why did authorities go to Luke's house? Why did authorities go to Luke's house? Should have asked that question. Maybe she did. Maybe it's a further exclusive interview here over time. Luke. People are like, why did he shave? I don't believe him. Why did he shave? Luke. Michael Ruiz just tweeted out, I just noticed a camera on the way in and out of Annie Tomaso's neighborhood that I haven't seen before. What does that even mean? Dude, Fox News is just reporting right now. I'm going to show you this. This is pretty interesting here. It says here, I just noticed a camera on the way in and out of Annie Tomaso's neighborhood that hadn't been seen before. The heck does that mean? What is he implying? That there's new cameras installed recently, or there's cameras that maybe not looked, or somebody planted more cameras out there? What do you take of this? This is a Fox News reporter. People are watching Annie and Tomaso. They installed new cameras. They're still under surveillance. But whose camera? FBI? They got them under surveillance. Somebody else installed new cameras because of the situation. Is it related to them? Watching them? Just something that's been overlooked? We should go look. You want to go look? Should we go look on this one? Since they're reporting on this, should we go follow up on this? Yes or no? Majority rules. Yes or no? Looks like a lot of people are saying, yeah. All right. Well, this gives us a reason to go check and see if there's cameras. We're going to check this out, see if there's cameras. All right. Well, I guess that's something we can do. Let's go. Hello, sir. Sir. Hey. Oh, he's not paying attention. If something pops off, if something pops off, do you want me to can you let me know? If something, and I'll do the same wherever I go, of course.
Yeah.
Sound good? I'm going up to their home.
Oh, you're gonna go to their home?
Well, Fox News is reporting, just noticed a camera on the way in and out of Annie Tomaso's neighborhood that I haven't seen before. What in the heck does he mean by that?
Well, I'm gonna go grab some food, but
I'm going to check that out.
Yeah.
So, that being said,
yeah, I might head out there after lunch.
We're on a mission. A camera. We're only 10 minutes away.
Head toward West Elm Street, then turn left onto West Elm Street.
Let's go check out, see if there's any new cameras. Shall we?
At the stop sign, turn left onto West Elm Street.
Elm Street. Nightmare on Elm Street. Get lunch. I'm not hungry. We gotta go check out some new cameras, maybe. See what that's about. Check out.
Next stop sign, turn right. Turn right.
our way to Annie and Tommaso's to see what's up with these cameras. Interesting why Fox would post that. New cameras in their neighborhood that they haven't noticed before. Not new cameras, but just a camera they haven't noticed before. Could be new. Could be overlooked. Might be up by there by the Circle K. Look. Savannah not leaning on Tommaso, pulled away from him. Melissa, love of Elvis, says. I think things are going to happen here in the next day. I do. We're in the thick of it. Right in the middle of it, thick of it, thick of everything. I do. Another comment says, did you notice Annie had a note or some card that she placed by the flower? I wonder if it's a letter that she wrote or anything. Did she leave a note? Now you make me want to go back and see if she left a note. Someone emailed me the exact, what spot was it? We're saying yes. Go back and read the note. Well, if it's in a card, I don't think it's appropriate to open it up. It's not ours. We can't open up things there. That's not our stuff. So if it's closed and sealed, we can't be touching things. There's lots of, somebody said in front, yellow flowers. There's lots of yellow flowers in the front. It's open and laid with the flowers. I'm gonna look at the video again. Let's see. I'm not touching anything. Here, as soon as I park, I'll review the video again. Try to get an idea. Maybe we'll go back. Well, Luke is in denial, folks. Luke is saying, no, I didn't do it. Is that denial? Or is Luke literally... Luke's mom did an interview too. Okay, I know where she laid it.
In half a mile, continue straight past.
All right, I saw the footage. There's an aerial footage of her laying down a card. It looked like a card and a flower, like literally in front of the mailbox. They're in the very front. Look at that car. Old Chevy. All right, we'll be turning up here shortly on the left. We'll look around for any new cameras. Never been seen before. Mystery cameras. Mystery camera. Making a left. All right, cameras. Looking for cameras. Cameras. New cameras. New cameras. My eyes are peeled all over the place, to the left and to the right. Looking for any new camera.
Yes, Jeanette. I think he's still involved. That was just, to me, that was just another bone they threw at the media, just to not have to say anything for whoever knows how long, another week at least.
I don't see any camera. I don't see a new camera around here. Let me go back to here. Or any camera. I just noticed a camera on the way in and out of any Tommaso's neighborhood that I haven't seen before. Where's this camera? Just seeing if something got installed. Very well possible, always could have been there. In and out of Annie's neighborhood. So that would imply to me, this is Annie and Tommaso, someone on the right. This would imply to me it's somewhere up here. In and out of Annie and Tommaso's neighborhood. Never seen before. Let me look at these. Looking around the neighbors. Because I remember we were scouting around here too of potential cameras. I remember when we first came here, the very first next day we came here, we were like, look at the cameras. Is it that? No, camera. This on the right is where all those crazy coyotes were like going crazy. And that night, when the police were there, she waved. Maybe it's across the street. Cameras, 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 cameras. It's camera time. It's camera time. Camera time. Cameras. Where are the cameras? I don't see any cameras. No, I don't see any on the poles either. I'm looking on the poles. It's camera time. Lights, camera, action. People were like, go back. People were like, go back. All right, go back. All right, go back. So go back. Go back. You tell me when to stop. Consensus. On the pole. We're like, it's on the pole by the gas station. Let me turn around up here. Go up by the gas station. Pole by the gas station. Wait a second. There's a big pole up here. Let me just see something. Is that a camera up there? No, it doesn't look like a camera up there. Yeah, I should ask the neighbor for my neighbor friend. Yeah. Let me see something here. I text a couple of their neighbors. I don't see any cameras. So I'm gonna go back towards the gas station. Cameras. There's none there. No car back there. The driveway is completely empty. Now, this is the area here where all those wild things were going crazy. And Alex said the FBI took him to this location right here, up at the top about some sand stuff. All in here. Hold on, I'm going to text the neighbor.
But I don't think he has a criminal record in the U.S. I think it's because he moved here in 2007, I think they said, and married. So I don't know. Maybe his DNA wouldn't show up in the database here in the States. I don't know. How confusing.
All right, I just texted out. We'll see if I get a response. It's camera time. In and out of the neighborhood would apply that it's up here by the Circle K. No, I don't see any. Don't see any at all. Let's go back and check that car. I don't see any cameras here. All right, I'm going to turn up here on Orange Grove. Go back. I want to see what the flower in the card. It is approaching 1 o'clock. Where is Nancy Guthrie? Day 30, folks. So the big news of the day is the Guthrie family made an appearance together. Not Cameron, though. Don't know if Cameron was there, because Cameron wasn't on camera. Could have been there, but not there with the group out to the mailbox. Laid down, appears to be flowers and a card. Put this here. I'm on cool down mode. It's getting hot. Phone is hot, so stand by. Cool it down. on my way to check out this card. Maybe something, or maybe it's nothing and nothing. Next stop, the card.
Yes, I agree. He lives there in Phoenix, Tucson. That little baby.
Check out the card. Truck almost hit me. We're almost there. A lot of cars still just parked out here. Somebody else is laying flowers. Let me go over here a minute. I'm gonna park in the shade. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go try to film it because it's the footage out there comes out a little grainy every time I go by the flowers. It doesn't come up clear, so I'm gonna go make a video real quick and see what I find, and then I'll share it with all of you. Make sure I get to the right one. Go right here. Yeah, I'll be right back. Make sure I get it. Respond. Look. All right, I know where it's at. Look, here's the spot I'm going to. See how they lay it down? I'm going to see it on my film. Boom. But Annie has a card in her hand. See the card? And right in front of the mailbox, parallel to the road, she lays a card. Go check it out. I'll be right back. I'll report back shortly. Boots on the ground. Got it. She did leave a card and she signed it, but I didn't open it. I didn't touch it. Let me just screenshot something. It's a card of a, I'll show it to you. I got screenshots. She definitely signed it. Annie and Tommaso signed it, but I'm not going to open it up. But I will show you what we got. Stand by. So this is what she laid. This is the card she laid. It's right there in front of the mailbox. And look at this. This is the flower she laid. And look at this. Annie, Tommaso, and I don't know what that says. Now, Savannah laid a flower. It's hard to tell which flower because there's so many of them. They're single flowers, but people wanted to know about the card. What do you think? I'm going to tweet that out right now.
Hi, Kim G. Yeah, we're just watching JLR again. The family, well, Savannah.
Again, I mean, technically we can open it because, you know, it is on the road, side of the road. It's on public property, but I'm not going to touch it, so I didn't touch it.
There was only one news media there, but they got pictures of it. They're all over the place. But he just went down to see the card that Annie left. So that's where we're at. The bone that was thrown to him today was, he was at the sheriff's department parked, and the Guthries or Savannah and them showed up at the house. So he went to the house and they were already gone, but that's the bone they got this week. So we'll see. I'm going to be shutting this down probably in about, oh man, I got the sneezes, allergies. There, sorry about that. Doggone allergies. Anyway,
I just tweeted it out. I'm gonna go see it like in full. I just put it out there on at JLR Investigates, and she left a flower too.
And you know how they throw out a.
I'm always in the philosophy of if it doesn't belong to you, don't touch it.
You know, them going there. They didn't even go in the house. I guess they were there for like 3 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that. So.
No, I'm not opening
it. They've thrown them a bone every week. Last week was that white car. Week before that was the camera.
On my property.
No, the video camera. You know, it's just, I don't know, crazy. And I'll be back. I'm around here. I gotta go take an allergy pill. I've been sneezing like crazy. That's because the wind's blowing though.
Somebody will open it. I mean, some journalist now knows where it's at because I just put the tweet out. So you're gonna see it. Someone's gonna open it. You'll see. Somebody, some journalist, somebody there, some photographer is gonna go there and open it for sure. But I'm not doing it. Somebody responds and goes, I wouldn't post that on, give them privacy. I mean, they literally laid it down in front of cameras. I would delete that tweet. Nothing appropriate to post something personal like that. Yet they posted on a public, put it on a public street. didn't open up the card, and they did it in front of cameras. All right, so Mama, we miss you so much. Our hearts are broken. We are standing on ash, on scored earth. But Mom, though we are surrounded by so much darkness and uncertainty, our love burns bright. We love you, Mommy. We miss you so much. California Madison says. Is that what it says? California Madison? Check out California Madison's super chat.
Yes, I am, Kim G. And thank you for it, Mama Bear. Okay, Kim, we'll see you then, hon. I'm going to go make me something to eat real quick. It's 12 o'clock. I'm hungry. I'll be right back.
All right, next location. Sheriff's office. All right, we're off. We're off. Luke, we'll go down there and do a Q&A and everything and talk and wait as a staging ground. Nothing else really going here. Looks like this news organization is packing things up here and leaving. Roll out. Rolling out. All right, go back to ground zero. Sheriff's office. So yeah, card was signed by Annie Tommaso with some other name.
At the next stop sign, turn left. At the stop sign, turn left onto East Camino La Zorrilla.
Camino La Zorrilla. Camino La Zorrilla. I wonder what the card said. Roll out. Keep up the good work, Bev Taylor says. We're trying.
At the next
Keep you
stop
informed
sign,
of what's
turn
going on.
left.
That's really the biggest news of the day, but I think the two biggest news would be who's the perp and where's Nancy.
Turn left onto East Orange Grove Road.
But as everything navigates through and things in between, we will continue to share what transpires each and every day that we see on the surface. There's probably a lot that we don't see on the surface. They made a 3-minute stop today outside the home and was very emotional outside the... Now, sheriff deputies were there first before they arrived in a black SUV that was there for about 3 minutes. We should try to interview Luke. Luke says he's not involved. Gave an exclusive interview with Brianna Whitney. Luke says he's not involved.
At the next light, turn left. At the light, turn left onto North First Avenue.
First Avenue, left. The phone's getting turned here. Roll out. We're in the hottest day. It says my car says 98 degrees out. Boom. Uh-oh. Cooling down. Hold on. Cool on down. Cool down. Anytime I freeze up in the windshield, the phone says cool down, cool down, cool down. Especially when we're stopped. Cool down. Arby's.
After Arby's, turn right on East Wetmore Road. At the next light, turn left.
On the way to the sheriff's office.
At the light, turn left on North Stone Avenue.
When we get to the sheriff's office, I do want to hear from all of you, so send me an email if you want to talk. I'll put you up the pipeline. Let me know you want to talk. We're only 13 minutes from the sheriff's office. Man, these roads are crazy. Pumping air out here. It's crazy. If I keep this thing in the windshield, it literally is like boom. Everything melts. Huh?
At the next light, turn right.
Next light, turn right. Next right, turn light. Next light,
At the
turn
light,
right.
turn right onto Arizona 77 South, West Miracle Mile.
Next right, turn right. Next light, turn right. Next right, turn right. Right. It's on the interstate. I'm getting on Interstate 10. JLR, who is Ted Investigates?
Then, at the next one, use any lane to turn left onto North Freeway Road.
I don't even know who Ted Investigates is. Well, that name has been floating around a lot. Ted Investigates. Yes, streaming your live. Let me see. Things addressed to you, asking questions, and it's not you. Really? I don't know anything about Ted Investigates. Never heard.
At the light, turn left onto North Freeway Road. Then you'll use the left 2 lanes to take the I-10 East ramp.
We are going back to the sheriff's office. We're going to use that staging area to have a discussion, kind of sit on standby, see what's happening, what's going on, keep the conversation going. I want to hear from I want to hear from all of you, opinion, speculation,
to take the I-10 East ramp.
Your thoughts on the chats. We'll be there in like 10 minutes, and then we'll settle in and we'll have a good conversation together. Listen to people. It is a very hot day. This is the last of the hot days before it does cool down. So we will get relief in the next couple of days, back down to normalcy, low 70s, upper 60s. So big difference. It's almost like 90 degrees out here. It is hot. Unseasonably hot for this time of year. Got to pass here, Tucson. Then we got to go past 19 to Benson Highway, shoot Benson Highway. Then we are at the sheriff's office. The sun. I do think at any moment, at any time, something could happen here. Like, this is far from over. Going to ramp up any minute, could ramp up. There could be an arrest at any given time. Perp, detain, arrest, SWAT raid, something. Any given time with this. I do not like the roads out here at all. Oh, wait, choppers. Military choppers. 2 of them. Right above us. Have to check out the flight radar on that. They're probably not under radar, but 2 military
2 miles, take exit 262 for Benson Highway toward Park Avenue.
2 miles. Benson Highway. 2 military choppers headed west. Who did this crime? And why? Who did this? Who did this crime and why? That's the question. What's the motive? Who's involved? Who hired who? Why was this done? Who are the perps or the perp?
In half a mile, take exit 262 for Benson
Why?
Highway.
Why an 84-year-old woman? An 84-year-old woman. Here's the thing too, folks. Let's be real. 84, she lived past life expectancy. Very good chance. Naturally, she would have had another decade or two at the most, decade and a half at the very most. Why would somebody risk their whole life by getting the death penalty or life in prison for doing harm to an 84-year-old woman that was living out her last years of her life? It makes no sense. Why? Why are you going to mess with the elderly? It makes no sense that somebody would risk spending the rest of their life in prison or death row for harming an 84-year-old that, let's be real, that most likely will not be on this earth in a decade or a half. You know, she lived past life expectancy. She probably lived a good life. She probably had some life left in her. I mean, the sheriff said she's sharp as a tack, but you get what I'm saying. Like, it's just ridiculous that somebody would do that. It's crazy. Somebody's going to go to prison for the rest of their life, or be wanted because they're going to target an 84-year-old woman in the later years of her life. It's horrible. It's disgusting. It's pure evil. I mean, every human has value to it. And I'm not saying, you know, anyone like us, middle age or young or whatever, but women and children and elderly are like the no matter what. Yet somebody wants to target an 84-year-old woman, snatch her out of her home or do something inside the home. We don't know for sure if it was a kidnapping where she was alive. We don't know. They say it's a kidnapping. We just don't know, folks. All right, up ahead, I'll be turning right, really close to the sheriff's office. Going back to ground zero. All bungled by nanos. Nanos, yes, no. It just makes no sense. It's crazy. The level of what somebody did here. This is a death penalty case.
Go past East Apache Park Place and turn right into the parking lot.
All right, we're here. We made it.
Turn right into the parking lot.
Back to ground zero. Oh yeah, the media's all out here. Let's do the same. Got some of the media here. Tactical SWAT team. All right, so we will go. We'll go right here. We're going back at this. We'll do a different backdrop. We'll do right here.
Your destination's on the right.
SWAT. All right, welcome aboard, folks. We have a variety of SWAT trucks. Pima County Bomb Squad and SWAT Sheriff. We'll do right here. We'll have a conversation. All right, this is kind of like our staging ground here. Let's keep the conversation going. JLR investigates. All right, neighbor got back to me. Annie and Tomaso's neighbor got back to me in the text. Hey, do you know if any new cameras were installed in the neighborhood? Response: there wasn't this weekend. The one I saw last week hasn't been back, but when I get back from work, I always drive down the street since there's no speed bumps on the street. And then it just responds, I heard Savannah, Annie, and Tommaso went over to the mom's house, ? Were you there for that? That would be the first time we've seen Tommaso through all of this. I wonder if Annie and Tommaso will ever move back into their home. It's coming from the neighbor, who remains anonymous. I wonder if Annie and Tommaso will ever move back. All right, so I'm going to pin a new comment here. If you want to chat, this is going to be a, we're going to talk a little bit and kind of wait what's going on here. Email. Oh, hold on a second. I have to acknowledge our good friend, Kimberly Picoto. Always grateful and always good to see you, Kimberly. Thank you. Kimberly, you want to say, you want to come on the record and talk, Kimberly Picoto? Shoot me an email. Just say, Kimberly, hey, I'll talk. Kimberly, you want to talk? Because you're in here every day, Kimberly Picoto. You want to talk, shoot me an email, put your number in. I'll get you on board. Kimberly Picoto. All right, here's the pinned comment. Nancy Guthrie discussion. Boom. All right, it's up. If anyone wants to speak, you want to set the record straight? You got something to say? We would love to hear from you. I would love to hear from you. So wait in a couple of seconds. I'd love to hear from you. You want to talk? Who's going to talk? Who wants to come out there and talk? Thank you, everyone. All right, Jamie Medina. You want to talk, Jamie Medina? We've talked before. So many things. What's your number? Shot one back, Jamie Medina. I can share thoughts, Beth says. What could have been done differently from a professional PR standpoint? Elizabeth says. All right, Elizabeth. Elizabeth, you're up. Elizabeth. Thank you for reaching out. From a professional PR standpoint. All right, Elizabeth. Welcome aboard.
Hello.
Hi, Elizabeth.
Hello. How are you, JLR?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing today, Elizabeth?
Great. Well, I am a crisis management and PR professional,
Ooh.
and I haven't really heard you speak to that specifically.
Yeah.
And I thought that I could share a few things that might be helpful.
Oh, so what do you do crisis for? Who do you do?
Well, I have done work in both the private sector and the government sector.
Oh, okay.
And so I just thought I'd try to share a few things that might help people understand how this works, and or give you a couple examples of how it could have been done better.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, I forgive the first 48 to 72 hours of some of the mistakes they made real early, because they just didn't even know what they were dealing with. But after that, they could have recovered and done better rather simply. Number one, in government, a local government for sure, most people don't quite understand that there's sort of two arms, like in a county administration. In a county government, there's administration and law enforcement.
Uh-huh.
And they're under the same umbrella, but there's sort of a firewall between them. And I feel like they would have done better if they established two lines of communication.
Okay.
A law enforcement line of communication, and they should have had at least weekly updates where even if they did no more than share what they were doing, like we have 300 agents on this, we've investigated 27 leads, just even if they were just given basic information, they should have come to the podium at least once a week. But they also should have established a second line of communication from Pima County administration, a line that would assure citizens that they're okay and reassure citizens and communicate with the media.
So that's important, right? To assure the public, like
yes, they never came out and assured the public or even showed any empathy for the public. And I'll give you an example. I was just distraught the way that they ran off the media off of the street, because I worked in media too, but they could have done it. They could have fixed it. They needed to have a formal at the podium announcement from a county administrator or county public works division head that said, look, and that would have in my case been somebody like me, and they could have said, we're closing the streets, and we want you to know that we're balancing the public's right to know and the media's right to report it with the safety and the sanity of the neighbors. We're trying to do both, y'all, so bear with us. We've created a staging area about a mile away where all the media can park, and we're going to run vans back and forth to run you in there. You see, that would have just been so nice.
But why do you think, are they just not experienced, or they're just too, I'm moving over here a little bit while I talk to you. Why do you think they did it this way? And, are they just not used to this in the spotlight, or they're just rookies at this, or they're just overconfident that that's not needed, or it's just that's
I would say all of the above. Okay. I would say it hit them out of nowhere. They were not experienced. And I can tell you that, I'm certain from what I've observed, there was some ego involved in the law enforcement side, and because he's elected. And I've worked with municipalities where there's a police chief who is hired like any other employee, and ego is not as much of a problem as it is with an elected official.
Yeah.
That's just been my observation. So I'm sure there was a big, strong, stay out of my lane kind of viewpoint. If I can't go to the podium, you're not.
Yeah.
But an administrator could have and should have, but they don't want to touch it. It's been such a mess. Why would they put their name on it? But I'm just telling you that I feel like they should have come. That's just an example how they could have done better, even on the media side.
Well,
right?
doesn't departments have that, like a PR, like a public information? I mean, they have a public information officer.
Explain that a public information officer is different than somebody that's coming in to advise you on crisis management.
Crisis management.
And see, I feel like the county should have had a crisis management team. Even if they made one up internally, they should have had one. And on the other side of this, I feel like the family should have had a crisis management team. If they hired a PR firm, everybody would freak out, right? Say, why are they hiring a PR firm? Well, they needed crisis management help. They just did. And I feel for them. For example, they should have had a family spokesperson that's not in the family. People usually have an attorney or a clergy member or someone that is appointed to speak for the family.
Mm-hmm.
And they come out and share grief and empathy. And I feel like, for example, I told you I'd give you examples. The day they announced the rewards, that should have been a formal press conference with if they wanted to be Savannah Fine or a family spokesperson to come out and announce that reward and use it as an opportunity to sort of push that a little bit toward solving the crime. They should have had people from the Missing Children's organization standing there with them to receive the $500,000. And they could have just used that a little better. That's the kind of thing a professional would advise them to do.
Well, it's just I'm wondering though, like with the reward, because of the reports that, they wanted to put out that reward at the beginning stages and they were denied. I'm wondering, like, the reason why they did that is just they had enough with the sheriff in a sense, and they're just doing it on their own.
Well, they didn't need to involve the sheriff. If they had their own team, they have their own press conference. That has nothing to do with him.
Gotcha.
They just should have done it in an organized fashion where they would have gotten a little more out of it, I think.
Well, what about even Savannah with these Instagram videos?
Well, okay. I think that's fine. I don't see anything wrong with that. And I think, bless her heart, she did a good job with all that. But that's such it's also new in the world of how we communicate, that I feel like more formal, organized communication could have just been better and could have been better for the family all along. But again, they're in grief. And that leaves me with the last thing I wanted to tell you, because this has helped me as I have moved through managing some situations, specifically in government. Maybe you can tell I'm from the Deep South.
Yeah.
And so I was around when the tragedy happened in Charleston. I wasn't working in Charleston.
With Dylan Roof?
Yes, but I live in South Carolina, so I went to a professional seminar one time where the Charleston people spoke, and the lady who was like the chief of staff for the mayor, she described how they handled it, and this was such a great way to put it. She said, law enforcement handled the crime. In the mayor's office, we handled the grief.
Got you. Okay.
And I feel like that's not what has happened here. We haven't had anybody out there handling the grief for anybody, or even just the logistics that go into things that are other than crime solving. So I thought you might find some of that interesting.
So let me ask you something, with the work that you do some of these sheriffs and law enforcement have used the media, like certain media, for their PR and everything, like favorable, and use like a certain, like propaganda, a certain media outlet that's nearby that's specifically, they use that as the mouthpiece to amplify their message? Meaning, like, without being criticized or anything, just more about propaganda instead of like questioning.
Well, I can tell you this. I've never really seen anybody use it as propaganda. No. Okay. But what I have seen, and I've been involved in at least one thing where everybody from TMZ to the Wall Street Journal descended upon us. And we talked to local media first, because they're still going to be there when the thing is over. Now, so that wasn't like you get all starry-eyed and say, wow, this is the New York Times, let's talk to them.
you got to keep your local media close to you if that's what you're asking. Sure, you tell them stuff first.
Gotcha.
But you don't, it's not propaganda. Now, like I said, an elected official is always going to be spinning a little bit, you know,
Yeah.
which is why I said I wouldn't call it PR, because that sounds like spin to people. This whole thing needed crisis management
So
for whatever reason.
So with the sheriff, this continues to drag out. Do you think the sheriff's days are doomed, even though he's an elected official, he can run out his time? But do you think there's going to be pressure for him to resign, or like people are just going to keep criticizing him and opening up more cans of worms on him and digging deep into him? Do you think he can survive this?
Well, I can tell you that he wouldn't survive it where I live.
He would.
but he could survive. I don't know Tucson. I don't pretend to know the people or the ethos of that area, you know.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't survive it where I live, because even if there's been good things going on behind the scenes, he has not managed the communication or himself well. So yeah, I don't think he'd survive around here.
Gotcha, Beth. I tell you what, if I ever need some PR person, I'm contacting you for advice.
Well, let me tell you, I've really enjoyed your coverage, and it's so funny. My husband will hear noises sometimes because I'll have the phone in my pocket. And he'll say, "What is that?" And I'll say, "That's just JLR's ambient noise."
I appreciate the watch. Thank you.
Hope some of that was helpful.
Very
Bye-bye.
well. You be safe in South Carolina. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. 602 Angel says, Annie and Tommaso coming out of the house, Luke doing an interview. It looks like a media blitz to show innocence and unity. It is interesting on that, right? They're all coming out the same time. All right, so this is the scene right here. People are saying there's a new Instagram video, so I'm going to look into this by Savannah. So just stand by. I'm going to see what we got going on. People are like, there's a new Instagram video. So I'm going to look here and see what we got here. If you want to speak, make sure you leave your number and we could speak. So let's see. Savannah. Let's see what we got. I don't see anything yet. Oh, basically, it's an IG story. It's an IG story. Savannah has an IG story. We feel the love and prayers from our neighbors from the Tucson community and from around the country. Please don't stop praying, hoping with us. Bring her home. So she basically just left an Instagram photo of the spot, this spot here, this. So this is what she said. Basically is, we feel the love and the prayers from our neighbors from the Tucson community and from around the country. Please don't stop praying and hoping with us. Bring her home. And it's coming from Savannah Guthrie. So that's the flowers. That's the flowers. So it looks like she appreciates all the flowers out there in front of Nancy Guthrie's home. So she's with it, right? Sometimes family members say, stay away from my house, or whatever like that. So she appreciates all those flowers outside of Nancy's home. Interesting. All right. So let's see what we got. Anybody else? Let's have a forum. Nikki says she wants to chat. I've been watching you. JLR, love you. Been watching since the beginning. Love to chat in a Canadian perspective. I am also an ICU nurse. Okay, Nikki, in a Canadian perspective. All right. Let's talk to our Canadian friends. From a Canadian perspective. Nikki, you're up. Coming up, 202 number in the pipeline, Nikki. Love to hear from you. Here we go.
Hi, if you record your name and reason for calling, I'll see if this person is available.
Hey, JLR Investigates. Looking for Nikki, please.
Nikki.
Thanks, Nikki. Please stay on the line.
No, I'm JLR.
Hello.
Hi, Nikki.
Hey, how are you?
Hello. How are you?
I'm good. Calling me to Toronto.
Toronto. Huh. Hello,
Yeah,
Toronto
they're following
friend.
it the whole time. Us Canadians are following it too.
So people from Canada are following the case of Nancy Guthrie from Canada.
Absolutely. Like, hands down, this is the most bizarre thing I think any of us have ever seen.
Yeah.
This poor lady. Like, honestly, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking.
All right.
Like, I've heard a lot of people talk about her pacemaker.
Mm-hmm.
I am a nurse. One thing, even if she expired, hopefully maybe she is still alive somewhere. But if she did, that pacemaker is still going to throw off a signal. The only way that is going to stop is if the battery dies, and those things have batteries for years.
I hear in like 7 to 10 years, right?
Yes, yes. They generally will, like in my area, they would come into the pacemaker clinic and have it checked once a year. But hers is a newer version, which is hooked up, which she can follow on her phone.
Uh-huh.
So it's got a really good battery.
Gotcha.
That will still try to make the heartbeat. Like, it basically throws off that signal. It causes contraction. The only way to stop it is to run a magnet over it or to take it out of her.
Gotcha.
Really. So there is that possibility that they maybe could pick up that signal if, I would say, if they use drones or something, not a helicopter. But you never know. Also, when they were...
Uh-oh. We lost contact. Try it one more time. We're going to call you right back.
Hi. If you record your name and reason for calling, I'll see if this person is available.
Hey, JLR Investigate. We're here.
Hello.
Hello, what happened?
I don't know.
A bad Canadian connection.
Maybe.
Well, welcome back.
So all I was saying was just about those meds is there's not a lot that would, even a month later, be crazy beneficial to her, like that would kill her for not taking. Unless maybe like she was a type 1 diabetic, she needed insulin. There's she probably was on a poor heart. She would have probably been on blood pressure meds.
Which is called what?
Sorry?
What are the blood pressure medicine called? What is it called?
Oh, there's tons of them. There's tons. She probably was on a statin for her cholesterol. Like, there's a whole group of them that she was probably on. She has a heart problem. She definitely was on some kind of a blood thinner. And it could have just been as little as aspirin. Once a day, 81 milligrams.
Gotcha.
And she could have been on even something like warfarin. That if she has had a heart attack in the past, they might have wanted to really thin her in. So she could have been on, one of those that's in the blood. My thought on, nobody has even spoke about it, but that blood that's on the porch, it's very little, and it's just those little splatters, right?
Yeah.
Could that have happened on another day?
Well, we spoke about that. We spoke about that. Some people suggest it could have happened.
Oh, I might have missed that because I thought nobody's even mentioned that.
Yeah.
Like, who knows? Because there's so little of it, right? Like, you think if they took her out that front door, even if she had a nosebleed, it would have you would have been finding little bits of a trail. Like, I know there was that one little piece on a rock down on her walkway, correct?
I don't know anything about a rock.
Like, I think so. I don't know. It was near the beginning. I think it was one of the reporters that said, "Oh, is that blood?" kind of thing on the wall. It was like just one drop on a little rock, and I'm like,
"Oh,
hey, that could." I feel like that could have happened at any time. Like, it could have happened the day before. Her just being out on her front step. Maybe
some people say
elderly people blow their nose all the time. They always. You not notice elderly people always carry Kleenex?
Oh.
If she's got thin blood, a good blow of her nose could cause a nosebleed.
Really?
Oh gosh, yeah. If they're thinned out, yes, absolutely.
So you can bleed really easy for just the simplest thing as with the cough or a sneeze.
Absolutely, because there's just so little of it. I have a hard time wrapping my head around that one.
Yeah.
And
I mean, if she lived alone and she had some sort of like nosebleed, another day or something like that, Maybe she just decided not to clean up. Maybe she doesn't have the capability to clean up. Maybe she just feels like the rain will wash it away. I mean,
or maybe not even noticed it.
Or not even notice
You
it.
know,
I mean,
like
if
you might have gone back in the house. Oh, my nose. You know what I mean? Like,
but it's just the circumstances makes it appear, oh, she got taken out of the door. Someone did harm to her. There's blood.
yes, I agree with that. I just think there was such a small amount, and the length of that walkway is pretty long. And then they would have had to travel her up onto that driveway. When my thought, I think she would have went out. They would have went out either the side of the garage or through that back gate, because it would have been more inconspicuous, right?
Yeah.
And from the beginning, everybody can come to me, but I just feel Tommaso is involved.
Oh,
I cannot, from day one, I have not been able to get away from him.
What makes you watch this from Canada?
Yes. Yes. We see it it's on our news and everything, too. It's getting very little. Like, obviously, Iran and all that stuff is kind of taken over. Like, I'm only, where I live, I'm like an hour from the border. You know, I can go right in, I'm right by Buffalo.
Oh, okay.
Or like Watertown area the other way if I went through Kingston.
Gotcha.
Like we're not far. We're literally across the lake. We go down to our lake, I can see Buffalo. Like, it's that close. But yeah, it's honestly, it's mind boggling. And like today, I did see the family part. I'm glad they finally did that.
Mm-hmm.
I feel their mother deserved it. Annie, she was very dramatic. Like, that was excessive.
You think that was acting or something for performance?
Guilt.
You think her emotions were more guilt?
Yeah, like they were over the top. Like, you know what? If it was my mother, I would be devastated.
Jersey Mike sounds good.
Unbelievably devastated.
I mean,
like,
we're just
even at funerals and stuff,
burritos. I don't
you
know.
Yeah, but you hold some
A
a bit of
pork
it
fried
together.
something.
Generally break down when you're in public.
Like,
full
I
on
can pull out
you know what I
some
mean?
free enchiladas that I
just
that I made
felt
while
it was really, like, even Savannah, you know, like,
I think I still do that.
she held her composure. Like, yeah, I'm sure they went in the house and cried their eyes out. And so they should. But I just felt, it just doesn't add up.
So you're eyeing Tommaso is involved.
100%. I can't get off of him. I don't know. I feel like there has to be at least one other involved.
Mm-hmm.
And sorry, that bandmate, he really sticks out too. And I'm surprised they have not detained him and acquired his DNA or something.
You don't know what they did. He's proclaiming his innocence to the New York Times.
Yes, I've seen that. And that they're hiding in their house. And
all of them are at this point. Names that have been put out there, from Luke Daly to him to Carlos, they all have seemed like they come out and say, they're being falsely accused. Internet's blaming them. They're innocent. They have nothing to do with this.
Like, I hope they are, honestly. And
we're waiting for Tommaso. We're waiting for the Tommaso interview. NBC News, just exclusive them, man. NBC News, just get Tommaso
they have
on.
an exclusive with Tommaso?
No, I'm just saying. I'm calling NBC to just get the exclusive. Do it Savannah's network and just clear your name.
I would think he would do it with a lawyer, even.
Probably, but I don't think he's involved personally. So maybe the sheriff have already, cleared him. I'm just saying the chat. I don't believe he's involved. But there are many people in this chat that have been following this case, and I think a lot of people have been following this case from the beginning in this chat each and every day, and many, not all, many, it appears many feel like he got his hands on this.
Somewhere. And like I'm starting to get away from it, but a lot of since this started, I felt she never made it home that night.
That's what other people think that too.
Something happened at Annie's.
Something.
Like the two times you've seen her on TV, like she was just not right. Sketchy is probably my word.
Well, I
And
appreciate.
today, that was over the top. I'm just like, oh my God.
Thank you for your time,
how
Nikki.
devastating that is.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for watching from Canada.
Yes, thank you. You're great, by the way. Love you.
Thank you. You be safe. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. John sends me a message. Luke, his attitude seems the same as the guy at the door. Kind of goofy, clumsy, just fits the same MO. It's in reference to Luke Daly. Criminal justice, data analysis, and analytics. Rachel. Okay, so we got Rachel that says criminal justice data analytics. All right, Rachel, you're in the mix. We're bringing you on. Criminal justice, someone that specializes in criminal justice and data analytics. All right, Rachel, coming on in. You will be getting a 202 number. Welcome aboard, Rachel. Rachel. Hello, Rachel. I say she picks up by the fourth ring.
Hello, Cisco Unity Connection Messaging System. From a touch-tone telephone, you may dial an extension at any time.
Whoa. Well, Rachel. Hey, I'll reply back to you right now, Rachel, with my phone number. And you can call me. I don't know if you're from work or what. I just sent it to you. So we'll give you a couple minutes. Check your email.
I didn't have any enchiladas in the freezer.
Oh, wait, we got a different number. Do we have a different number? Yeah. Hold on. I got a different number. I think you left one with like your headline to your business. Hold on. I'm going to call you. All right, Rachel, this should be it. Let's see. Left a couple numbers there.
Hello?
Hello, Rachel.
Hi, how are you? Hang on one second. Let me shut my door real quick.
Oh, you're at work. Maybe?
Thank you so much for calling, and I promise, chat, don't attack me. I won't be on here long.
All right. Yes.
Okay, I have a couple things I'd like to say.
Sure.
I know that everybody is saying that, you know, it's against Nancy, but what if, just what if, there was something to do with Annie? And the reason I say that is when my mom was older, I would stay with my mother at times. I don't know why I'm nervous, but
you're fine.
Anyway, what if the perp had actually thought maybe Annie might be there, and the target wasn't Nancy. In fact, he thought maybe Annie would be there. And I know that's kind of probably far-fetched or whatever, but I feel like that maybe they should look into the fact that she may have had enemies, because I just saw something where the FBI had said that it was a crime, the way that they worded it in here is like a crime of passion, like something that was meant to hurt someone. But why would you want to hurt an 84-year-old woman? One more thing before I go.
Hold on. I want to respond to that. Can I respond to that?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Absolutely.
So we have said that in the chat. Numerous people were like, you know, we're all assuming this is because of Savannah and someone's targeting Nancy because of Savannah. But there has been some people we've discussed. What about Annie and Tommaso and their victims in this? And somebody was targeting them or seeking revenge on them and taking it out on Nancy because of something they're involved with on their end, or some beef they got with somebody on their end.
Right. And I understand that 100%. And the reason I come to this conclusion is if you'll go to, and everybody can do this, it's not something that is illegal to do, truepeoplesearch.com. You can type in anyone's name, which I've done this. You can type in your name or my name or You can type in Miss Nancy's name. You can type in Miss Annie's name, Savannah. It will give you. It'll give you their phone number. It'll give you their house. I sent you screenshots. It tells you the size of the house that they live in, the day that they purchased their home, how much equity they have, exactly how much money that they still owe on the home. It's really kind of creepy how much information that this site gives out on a person.
I've heard enough of that. I've heard enough of that. Anyway, I hope you all have too. I'm going to sign off because I got my bingo is coming up here in about a half hour. So I got to get stuff ready for that. So, excuse me. I'm getting some coffee down so I can be ready for bingo. Anyway, we'll see you all at bingo. Y'all have a good night or good day. And I'll see you in about 35 minutes. Bye, everybody.